A very good evening to one and all. Welcome to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, where we're getting ready for another encounter. Well, finally, we're going to have some cricket action. We've had some frustration the last couple of nights, but hopefully tonight we will get a full game in the North Zone Cricket Council's T20 Festival for 2025. And of course, it's Santa Cruz Sports up against EBONY Sports. Of course, Andrew Chan is here with us, but Sheldon Rooks was out there with the toss.
Hello, we're about to get underway with the toss. We've got the two captains and we've got the third umpire. It's EBONY Sports and Santa Cruz Sports. We're going to hand over to Clive Gaskin, who's going to get the toss underway. Numbers, and it was birds. So, Akil, Bab, you've won the toss. What are you going to do?
We will have a bowl first, seeing the conditions and how the last 3 days played us. I think it would favour bowling first, so we'll have a bowl first. Yeah.
We've been a little bit unlucky with the weather, but we're going to have a go tonight.
Yeah, the guys excited for the goal since a couple of days ago, so today hopefully we get some play. We're really happy for that. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, great. I'll let you go back to your team. Congratulations with winning the toss. Let's have a word with Chadian then. Chadian Raymond, the skipper from Santa Cruz. How are you thinking about that toss then?
Yeah, if I win the toss, I was going to bowl to it. All the moisture on the wicket from the rain and it was covered when we reached here, so the moisture would have helped the fast bowlers early.
You've had 2 wins and happy with that so far?
Yeah, glad with that.
And what about any changes to your playing 11?
We had 3 changes tonight. Called Aidan Antwine in, Jonathan Arden in, and Christian Craig in for Isaiah Devon Swin and Joshua Wong.
Okay, we wish you all the best. Good luck. All right, so that's the end of the toss there. We're going to look forward to going upstairs to join Andrew Chan with the commentary. But just to remind you, it was Akil Bab from EBONY Sports who won the toss, and they decided they're going to have a bowl.
So there you have it, and EBONY Sports, they won the toss, and they've done what most of the teams have done. They've decided that they will bowl first, and it means Santa Cruz Sports are the ones who will be taking first knock. And as I say, good evening to you again, Sheldon. No real surprise here. That seems to be what has been working all along.
Isn't it funny? Good evening, Rusky, because the last 2 occasions it went the other way. For the first few games, it was absolutely, you bowl first and you're going to win. And then all of a sudden, the last 2 games went the other way, but I'm not sure if the captains have picked up on that yet, because it was Akil Bab who won the toss, and he said right away, look, we're going to have a bowl because that's the way that it's worked out. The chasing team is always winning. And I thought, well, it didn't work out that way the last 2 occasions. Anyway, he's had a good look. He likes the conditions for his bowling unit, and they're going to have a bowl first.
Well, it should be interesting to see how they fare up. Cordell Andrew and Ryan Yearwood, the 2 openers, so they are the ones looking to give this team some kind of a base from which to launch a little bit later on, and I'm sure they'll be eager to do just that. Kadeem Roberts is going to pick up the attack.
Yeah, that's the skipper, and he's taken the ball in hand right away. Sometimes they leave it to one of the others, but he said no, I'll have first bowl.
It's going to be interesting to see how these teams pull up. I'm sure you get the first game out of the way, you're kind of feeling to see how you adjust to the conditions, how you adjust to the lights down here. And then, of course, the weather intervened a little bit, so some of these teams didn't get to play. Santa Cruz, though, the ones who are sitting pretty at the top of the table, so they'll be looking to consolidate their lead at the top of Group A.
They've got 2 in the bag, haven't they, if you can put it that way.
whereas other teams, instead of getting 2 points, would have had to settle for 1. And so that will make life even harder. Here's Roberts. And probably got away with one there. It was a little bit short.
Short, yeah. Really should have lost that, shouldn't he?
Well, I suppose he's just getting warm, as they say. Probably didn't judge the length very well. He's a big, strong man. That one, he's hitting in the air, and luckily for him, he hit it sufficiently away from the short extra cover, and it could easily have been a wicket for Roberts.
Yeah, miss-hit, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, it's a nice, juicy full toss, and it certainly sounded awkward coming off the bat.
Changing the field now for the left-hander. Yeah, he may just have snatched at that a little bit. Eyes lit up, and he thought, I'm going to lose this.
Much better line there. Certainly attacking the stumps, or just outside that off stump.
Are there only 10 of them? You've got the wicketkeeper and the bowler. Extra cover. Cover point, backward point.
And
yeah, they're 10.
they will take that. And 10, and you're generous as well, so maybe.
Or maybe 9.
Yep.
There's no man in the deep. Oh no, there is one in the deep, so there's 10. But they are missing one. And I think he may have just made an appearance down at the dugout, waiting to come on full toss.
That's a good shot. This could run all the way to the boundary. It's a bit of a chase down there, and good effort. They're going to go back for a third run. And remember, that's part of the one of the main areas of concern over the last couple of nights. And where you look at the conditions there, it's not the most solid of footing. And giving it a nice long chase there was Serrett, and not able to, or just able to hold it back and deny them the 4 runs. And look at the impressions that he left there. Part of the reasons for not playing was, of course, player safety. And there's an appeal for a catch at the wicket, and he has to go. So Cordell Andrew goes, caught at the wicket by Coburn, and that is the fall of the first wicket. It's 5 for 1.
Just tempted into a big drive there. A great start. And they're already talking about 8 more. Ebony Sports. Just tossed up there, and it's a nice length that you want to drive, isn't it? Look, here it is. In his slot, sorry.
Yeah, but it was right there in that groove there for him to...
Full.
Yep. For him to really have a good whack at it. He just seemed a little bit late there.
So 1 down.
Cashman Mitchell is the new batsman.
1 down in over number 1. Roberts, the skipper, strikes early.
Right, yeah, well, you see how important it was for that piece of brilliance from Serrett that kept them to 3 runs, and then the very next ball he got a wicket. Now, had it gone for a boundary, then it would have been the left-hander Yearwood facing. And again, this is close, not out, says the umpire. He went right across it there, Mitchell, living dangerously, but he survives. And at the end of over number 1, it's 5 for 1.
Yeah, back slap, handshakes all round. Good start to take one of the opening bats in the first over. And this couldn't have been that far away. We're going to be obscured in our view, but yeah.
They're definitely going down leg.
Yeah, Roberts peeled away after that. You know, no real seriousness in the appeal. He gave a little bit of a shout and then he was off.
This young lady or young man, I'm not quite sure, certainly keen to wave that flag, hoping that team
might
is
get fan of the
supportive.
match.
Yep, with that flag.
Yeah, the only problem is it's a bottle of black and white, isn't it?
Somebody would have had to drive to bring them here, so that person would gladly accept it on their behalf.
I'm just seeing that little fella might pitch up and say, yeah, I've won my prize, I'm taking my bottle of black and white.
Yeah, taking it home. So Dominic Redhead is going to do the honors.
The tail lights of the cars that going down the Digger Martin main road can be seen when that we get that camera shot in the background. Anyway, here's Redhead.
It starts at a wide and good pace, but the Raiders are a little bit off, and as a result, he's going to have to do this all over.
Would have been perfect for the right-hander, wouldn't it? Little bit of a way swing. I mean, he floated it up there, and it just had a little bit of shape. It would have been away from the right-hander, but it was down the leg side for the left-hander.
And still persistent with that line on the pads. And they're going to pick him off almost every time if you persist.
Especially the top order bats. The margin for error is so small, the line's got to be really, really tight. A little bit of a correction, but not quite enough, as you say, to stay off the pads. Stump mic is working well, isn't it?
Yep.
I hope there are no
Umpires
profanities.
really trust that they won't, and but sometimes guys are so into their emotions at that time that they.
It's quite good, really, isn't it? We don't have that many.
And that was a big swing, and I think they're up to their full complement now.
Yeah, he had to stay off for the rest of that
first
over, didn't he?
over.
Yeah.
Yep.
And again, there was that little shape. I don't know if you feel that, but just shaping away from the batsman. He got tempted into going after it as well. And a bit of a swing.
It looks like he's going to go full bore. And again, turned around a little bit, squaring him up. And in the end, he played it well, but certainly looked a little bit awkward playing it.
I think that he is getting a nice shape here. That's what had him turned around there. Maybe when it left his arm, he was already thinking, okay, I can turn this into the onside. But no.
Down the wicket he goes and has an almighty swing. And clearly, the intent is get as many as you can in the power play overs. And he has come here with one intention, put bat to ball. It might help if he kept his eyes on it.
Yeah, he liked the look of that, didn't he? A wide, a single, and then the 3 dots. Nothing wrong with that.
Yep. Pitching up and just pushing it wide of him. You could see he was trying to give it the old hee-ho again and not able to reach it.
For me, he's just got to continue to be brave. If he pitches it in the right area with that little bit of movement, yeah, that's right on the line.
And again, it's in the air. And it's taken. What a fine running catch taken there. And that is the end of that. Elton Davis holds it in. And right now, it's Santa Cruz in dire straits here. Mitchell goes without scoring.
For me, it's that drop, you know, drip one after the other. And he wants a big shot. He's looking to make something happen here. Drops it short, tries to pull, doesn't get it, and it lobs up to the fielder up back with square leg, or takes it in that position anyway.
It was actually a pretty good catch because he was half turned, but he kept his eyes on it, and he took it with both hands, and almost like a wide receiver.
Oh, exactly.
Accepting it from a
good
from
call,
the quarterback.
Almost over the shoulder.
Yep.
He can go and play for, I don't know, Miami Dolphins or something.
I'm sure Jerry Rice would be happy with a catch like that.
Oh, good call.
Former 49ers star.
One of the superstars of American football in that position.
Yes, so 7 for
call.
2 after 2 overs.
Lefty, yeah, lefty. Lefty on strike.
So Roberts is going to continue as he tries to see if he could prize out another one here early.
Good luck with this one, Ruskin, Ryan and Brian.
Yep. Ryan Yearwood and Brian Yearwood. And immediately, and they're both wearing red helmets. So I think one is left-handed and the other one, we hope, is right-handed.
They've got the gold pads.
So one is a lefty and the other one is a righty. And so Brian here is on strike now with the big number 88. It's a huge number. And again, this is a delivery. This is a bit unusual because that's a delivery right there in the slot. I mean, you just have to, you didn't have to hit it hard, but there is a long off, so maybe that is the deterrent. There's a man straight behind the bowler, it looks like. So he's afraid to go through with the bat, but if you just place it. And again, it's enough to hurry, but they'll settle for the one. So again, you got a half volley like that, you really want to take advantage of it. And there's nothing that says you have to hit it in the air. You could get over it and stroke it in the gap through the offside.
Well, we've seen quite often hits down the ground, one bounce to the fielder or a couple of bounces, they plug anyway. So could have gone for that.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see how the field works as well, in terms of if the ball hits and stops. And that's pulled away nicely. That's going to be 4 runs. That one really raced across the turf. He got good contact with that Ryan here and picks up a boundary. So again, a little bit too short, and Ryan Yearwood was easily in position, didn't have to move very much. And then a nice big swing. Probably should have been stopped at square leg, but it was hit so well.
Yeah, you'd like your man to do a little bit better there, but take into consideration the level that we're playing at, maybe.
Again. So good cricket all round, a nice shot and a quick single, and good fielding also. But more importantly, they get the ball back to the bowler or to the keeper in a flash. You don't dwell on the ball very much.
Hot one, buddy. Hot one.
And, they're thinking two. You could hear them say two, but I don't think that would have been possible. In fact, it would have been sacrilegious had they gone back for a second there. Seret would have been happy had they gone back for that one. That ends the over, and the end of 3 overs. It's 15 for 2.
Blue water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take up the water spray. Take up the water spray. In your school or home, take up the water spray. When the bus run out, take up the water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
That's the middle.
So the right-handed Ryan Yearwood is set to take strike as we start over number 4. 15 for 2 now after 3. And remember, Santa Cruz, they were put in to bat by Ebony.
Looks like a good decision at the moment.
Again, just seems a little bit reluctant to get behind the line of the ball, almost as if he's trying to open up the offside exclusively to try to whack it through the offside. But I think it starts with picking up the line or getting behind the line of the ball, and at least or get close enough to the ball. Right now he's kind of standing his ground, probably leaning more towards leg stump than to the off stump.
White ball.
Let's do that again.
Well, I hope that this wide is not going to force Redhead into making too big a change. If you're getting such big movement, it's where you start it. I mean, if he starts that on leg stump, which is going to be really tricky because he's going to feel if I start it on leg stump and it stays on leg stump, I'm going to get hit. But there's so much movement for him. If he starts it on leg stump, he may, as it leaves his arm, it may end up outside.
Again, just pushing and running, not trying to hit it too hard. Obviously, the plan is to try to milk these deliveries. But if you get a bad ball, then you try to punish it.
If you're getting movement early on, be nice and brave and keep it up there. Don't give them the release valve, which is a short one, which they can nudge into the onside or the offside and take one.
And because you don't have the fielders in that ring on the offside, you know, we've seen a lot of players, a lot of teams put 3 and 4 guys between cover and short third man. And that's flirting with danger again outside the legs. Every time you go there, you shoot yourself in the foot a little bit.
Well, 100% he's getting, movement in the air. That was a lovely looking shape, but he's got to be brave enough when he's bowling to the left-hander to start that further away from him. I haven't seen anyone get as much movement as Redhead, not through the air.
Again, it's on the pads, and again, it's swinging, but it's going down the leg side. That exaggerated movement is going to take it down the leg side.
Good decision by the umpire. He just saw one go down the leg side. See, that's going down the leg side. But having just bowled him a wide and you come up with a similar delivery, the umpire's going to say, no, I can see what's happening here. There's a little bit too much movement. I can't give that one out.
And this is in the air, but it's going to run. And despite the amount of rain around, the field still looks in pretty good condition. And the ball, again, a couple bounces into that wide third man boundary.
Little bit too much width here. Try to correct. And then it's not every time that you're going to get that movement.
And again, he's reaching for it, not to the pitch of the ball, but it's wide enough to allow him the opportunity to chase it outside that off stump.
Point going fine, eh? Point.
So you could just hear the instructions. The non-striker. So one year to the other. Watch the man at point. And here he is again, and it's a little bit of problems. Just trying to swing a delivery. Probably not as short as he anticipated. Certainly didn't get up as much. And as a result, he scampered a leg by. Or did they actually make contact with the bat? So
now he's signalled.
Yep. I was kind of worried that because I didn't see any bat onto it.
That's why the scorers put that up there initially.
And again, bonks as well. So he's done well to his 2 overs, 1 for 9 from Redhead, and at the end of 4, it's 23 for 2.
Blue water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When people run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. If it is posse water, the office posse water.
So there you look at the lights here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. And even though all the lights are on, there's still a few little dark spots, I suppose. Maybe the lights probably over time may need to be just adjusted a little bit, especially behind that area, like maybe a fine leg area, a short fine leg. There's a little dark spot on here as well. So maybe it's where the lights kind of bleach into each other. It's a little bit off. And again, a nice juicy half volley. He actually turned it into a yorker by allowing it to come on to him right in the crease. When all he had to do was probably just step out a little bit and get it on the full. And again, but that one is stroked nicely. And it goes right through the gate. Well, he seemed to have everything covered there. And would you believe it? It just went right under his grab. So Seret was brilliant 1 minute and then not so brilliant the next time.
I mean, Bab, to be honest, should have stopped that off his own bowling. And then you had almost a nutmeg from the fielder in the deep. So 2 pieces of poor fielding, I'm afraid.
And again, he's given the ball a nice little loop there. And the batsmen are showing good restraint. And again, that one is pulled away. That one is put away with a plum. And that is the first KFC maximum for the evening. A nice juicy full toss about waist height. And he said, thank you very much. I'll have that.
Put that one over the fence. I think that one's gone onto someone's roof as well.
Well, they're probably waiting to get a replacement. I think we've seen somebody walking in the road there. I don't know if the ball is in view anywhere there, but
I think it went up on that roof.
Imagine you're sleeping, enjoying your sleep, and then you hear this strange sound that kind of shocks you.
Chadian Raymond patrolling the dugout. A few practice shots as he waits for his turn to come out. Don't leave it too long. He's a really attractive bat. I like watching him. Good young man. He was out there for the toss. It's the only thing that he's lost in the tournament, this particular toss. And his team find themselves 2 down, 33 on the board in the 5th over.
Yeah, 33 for 2 at this point in time. They'll be hoping that they can probably just up that, maybe get another 15, 20 runs, make it look a lot more decent. And again, a nice juicy have volley driven nicely. This time misfielded the first time, and they will get a 3rd run on the throw. So that's good running. Just keeping the pressure on and ensuring that they squeeze every run out of a good shot.
I think he's one of the guest players, the fielder in the deep there. Andrew Chan was having a chat with him before the game started. I'm sure he told Andrew that he was one of the guest players.
Can you guess his name?
I can't.
So now they decided they're going to bring the long on, bring it into mid on, just at the edge of the circle. The long off has gone back on the boundary, and the square leg has also gone back. So those are the 2 men out. And again, a stifled appeal, but he got some bat onto that one to end the 5th over. And at the end of 5, it's 36 for 2.
Yeah, the end of that over also sees Ruskin Mark being joined by Andrew Chan.
Thank you very much. So it's still a situation here where they haven't really set the place alight. Those 2 wickets obviously forcing them to show a little more restraint rather than go helter-skelter and lose maybe a 3rd wicket, possibly even a 4th inside the power play, which is a cardinal sin. 2 you're allowed, but 3 you're asking for trouble. And I think these 2 understand that very well. As I say, good evening to Andrew Chan.
Yeah, good evening to you, Ruskin Mark, and good night to all the viewers watching the stream live of the North Zone T20 Cricket Festival from the Diego Martin Sporting Complex in Trinidad and Tobago, North Trinidad and Tobago. And it's a chance, Ruskin, for Ebony to really show what they have. Because, I mean, in their first game, in Game 4, they lost to Harvard and they lost to Brian Lara. So no disrespect there. And then, of course, the Game 8 was rained out against Barataria ball players.
Yeah, so they need points. They have 1, but they would love to make it 3 tonight. And Akil Bab actually coming into the attack is Trace Serrett.
Well, according to the figures, he's bowled 1 over. We'll have to confirm that with our scorer, Dylan Sharma. Ryan Yearwood looks very accomplished at the crease. So it's 2 brothers at the crease. Ryan Yearwood, who's on 27 or 14, the left-hander, and then his brother Brian Yearwood, who's just come to the crease. But Ryan is doing the heavy lifting so far.
And that's well played. That's gone. Brilliantly done indeed, just as you said. And he's keeping the runs flowing from that end.
Yeah, absolutely dismissive slap there from...
that's Ryan Yearwood.
Yeah, from Ryan Yearwood. He got deep into his crease there and swiveled. I think any ballet dancer would be proud of that pirouette. And just got it behind square, slapped it straight and true, as it were. And he moves on to a quick fire 31 or 15 at this point. Akil Bab will have his work cut out for him.
Slow delivery. This one is in the air. There's a man settling under it. And then he, for whatever reason, he seemed to lose the entire plot there because he seemed to get in position. And then for whatever reason, he just decided, look, I'll go with 1 hand this time around, and then just stuck out a hand there. I think he totally misjudged it. I don't know if he lost it in the lights, but he certainly didn't credit himself very well there.
Yeah, well, the first thing was Yearwood should have hit that true straight instead of pulling it across the line. And you're quite right there. I think he just overran it a little bit and then maybe lost it in the night sky and then had to sort of reach his hand back. It looked a little awkward. Lucky he didn't go over him for 6.
And again, this one is, they're going to possibly get a second if they hurry, but then they decide against it, and probably was a wise decision
Wouldn't
there.
seem to be in any hurry there.
Yep. And, I don't know if he's still worried about the drop catch, but you know, you as a batsman, you live with those because there are times when guys take blinders that they shouldn't take, and you have to go. So when they drop you, you just try to punish them for it, and you don't sulk about it.
Well, of course, this is T20 cricket, so it's all guns blazing at all times. So if you brought a pea shooter, I suggest you get something a little stronger.
Time to go. Now they decide they're going to put the square leg just forward as square he is, back on the fence, and then there's the long off. So those are the 2 men out. They brought the cover in, and the 3rd man is up.
Well, it's the last 3 deliveries of the power play as well, so let's see how they can maximize it. Deep into his creases, Brian Yearwood can only clubber that to cover. There's no run. It's a good field there. There's a deep backward square leg, short fine leg, a short 3rd man, and then a mid wicket and short mid on and short mid off as well.
This time it's hammered, and that's a brilliant catch. What a catch taken there. It was low and it was traveling, but that was a brilliant catch by Lucario. Jonathan Lucario takes a blinder, and Brian Yearwood has to go for 3.
Yeah, that was absolutely flat batted baseball style there, and good camera work here, and very, very good from Lucario. As you said, it was dying on him. I actually thought it went his left, but as it was dying on him, he got his feet out of the way and just got his hands underneath it on the left. This would be a very, very good angle to see this catch. Yeah, the white ball, Ruskin, it always drops a little bit hard or seems to drop a little bit hard in the night sky. So it's always very deceptive. And that was very, very good from Lucario, who's actually the under-19 player, I believe, for the Santa Cruz side.
So it's really a fantastic catch. The more you look at it, the more you see just how outstanding it was, and certainly another breakthrough for them. So 6 overs completed. It's 43 for 3 after 6.
So a very, very interesting power play session here. So it really started. It was all ebony in the first 2 overs. They were 7 for 2, Santa Cruz, after the first 2, but they've ended on 43 for 3 thanks to Ryan Yearwood, who's still in there, 34 off 19. And it'll be interesting to see who joins him, and really hopefully they can build something on this.
Looks like Alvin Smith is the new batsman who has decided, who has been
Selected.
promoted in there, Alvin Smith. So Ryan Yearwood is still out there, so he is really the one leading the charge here.
But you have to say, I mean, they're on a good platform here. Their run rate is 7 runs and over. So if they can consolidate for the next couple overs and not lose any wickets, and they can get to over 15 with at least a couple wickets in the tank, 4 or 5 wickets in the tank, then it will be good for Ebony to post a competitive score here.
So Devon David, it looks like, is going to pick up the attack. And again, Ryan Yearwood is going to take strike from him first up. No slip, no fine leg, no 3rd man on the boundary. And so everybody more or less just one person behind the bat in a real sense, sort of a backward point.
Yeah, and there's a square fielder as well. It's a good fielding position with the 2 sort of backward point and forward point, as it were, point.
Again, good cricket. Bowler just throwing him off a little bit there, denying them the opportunity for that single. But it is it's strange. It's a risk, because if he strays in line at all, either outside the off stump or outside the legs or on the legs, they can pick him up quite easily.
Deep into his crease now, and he pulls that one behind square on the leg side. How close will that run to the ropes? The wicketkeeper has to do the fielding there as it runs down to fine leg, and they'll come back. I think that is for just 2.
3 runs. And that's what I was just referencing. It's a risk to bowl a seam bowler without any kind of cover behind the bat. So 3 runs completed there. The right-hander, it looks like, is coming on strike now. Alvin Smith. So now let's see what they do for Smith. There is that same backward point. There still isn't a fine leg. And that's gone. That's going. And that's going to be another KFC maximum here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. A real gift. And that could be a no ball as well.
It is a no ball signaled by the umpire, Tom Wilson. So a freebie there for Alvin Smith to help him get going. Devon David all over the shop in his opening over. And that actually brings up the 50 as well for Santa Cruz Sports Academy after being asked to bat by the Ebony Sports and Cultural Club. Still a smile in the face there of Devon David. So it's good to see that he's enjoying himself. And
yeah, but this is a free hit. So
yeah, it is a free hit.
So you don't want to already concede 6. So he has to be careful here. This one delivery could be fairly expensive. It's already expensive because it went for 6 plus the no ball.
And you still have the delivery as well to
And that 2 is going to go deep into the mid-wicket boundary. Another 4. So that 1 ball concedes 11 runs.
A really, really nice shot there from Alvin Smith. It was a good pull over that mid-wicket region, and he got down nicely on his knees and posed for our cameraman. Nice, a really, really nice pull. I really, really like that shot.
But the thing is that because the ball is so wet, you could see he's having difficulty gripping the ball, Devon David. And he doesn't want to bowl a long hop because you have the 2 extremes here. One slipped out of his hand, and then the other one he's trying not to grip it too tightly, and he just served up another one right up, and that's much better.
Yeah, that's certainly where he wants to be. Good full delivery, cramping Smith a little bit as he went for the expansive cover drive. But yeah, a bit of a mixed bag, as I said, from Ebony since the start, since the first 2 overs, with Redhead and Roberts taking the 2 wickets to fall.
Short ball again, got away with that one because any kind of contact at all behind the wicketkeeper, and you probably could forget it. That's 4 runs. The end of the over 7 completed. It's 57 for 3.
When they want to get the inside information, they go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the clients. The client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
57 for 3 after 7 overs in game 11 here of the North Zone T20 Festival. Ebony Sports Club hailing out of Morvar, Laventil, the suburbs of Port of Spain. Established in 1947, won the toss and put the Santa Cruz boys into bat.
And they're making solid progress so far. And of these, obviously, these people having other ideas, not just cricket. It's about an outing. And the delicacies, I'm not sure if it's chips, burgers, whatever it is, they're serving up. Always welcomed.
Yeah, cricket and food goes hand in hand. It's always about the entertainment on the field and then the offerings of it. Always with a very cold beverage, Ruskin Mark. Obviously, in our commentary booth, it's only water, but everybody else has more interesting stuff to drink.
Yeah, they have a wider variety from which to choose. So Serret, and that's nicely played. There is cover out there this time, so just a one run, and that's a better field this side of the ground. They cover middle, long off, long on. Now they can open up the field a little bit more, but they have a square leg out. So those are the 3 men out and a man at, well, who's now a deep square leg. So they have one at square leg and one at point or deep cover.
But this was Serret was the bowler who had Yearwood dropped at that long on position in the last over. And he seems to be clearly, he's a little bit medium pacer, maybe not as nippy as Devon David. And it's always the medium pacers that seem to trouble so much in T20 cricket, that wobbly seam and that ball moving around in the air. Of course, if they can control it with the dew factor and the moisture on the pitch here.
And again, yep, once you're drifting onto the pads and you don't have much protection, you're really asking for trouble. It's like, as we say, you're selling arms.
Yeah. And he's very adept, Yearwood, at using his crease. We've seen that already, getting deep into his crease and swiveling. So if he gets anything on it at all, it would really run down to that fine leg region. Of course, that region behind the batters now, which is the northwestern and northeastern parts of the ground.
Well played again, a single first up.
Yeah, those parts of the ground that are a little bit more saturated than the rest of the ground. But it's a really nice pitch, Ruskin. I'm not sure if you had a chance to look at it, but myself and Mr. Rooks wandered down, and it's a very, very hard pitch, a very, very true pitch. So the bounce should be good, and the bowlers should enjoy themselves.
Yeah, well, we have seen good bounce, good carry throughout the tournament. And batsmen must be able to do some, but again, I think he just almost hurt himself there. And now you could see him wringing the hand there, as if to say, don't play with fire. The end of the over 8 completed. It's 62 for 3.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Not bad going by Santa Cruz. They have a run rate of just under 8 runs and over. So after the loss of the 2 early wickets, they've been doing quite well. Ebony Sports Club, we haven't seen much of their spinners. It's been the seamers so far, other than the one spinner, Roberts, at the opening. So we might see him later on. Jonathan Lacari, who took that brilliant catch to dismiss Brian Yearwood, will be starting. It seems it will be a little bit of spin. Ryan Yearwood continues to be the danger man. 39 of 26. It's been a really, really good innings from him. It's not been chanceless. I don't think many innings are chanceless in T20 cricket.
Another quick delivery, but very well played this time by Yearwood. So he's up to 40 now as the score ticks over. 63 for 3.
Yeah, that was a quick delivery from Locario, as you mentioned. I would like to see where that one pitched. Lacarico, so apparently it's his name. My apologies. No, it's Locario on the team sheet. I think our good friend Dylan Sharma.
And that is a no ball.
Our good friend scorer Dylan Sharma has a little typo there. His name is Jonathan Lacario. But yeah, no ball there from Lacario. Swung away by Smith. You'll be annoyed he missed out there. Yearwood has a chance to go guns blazing with the full toss, with the free hit.
And he does that too, gets it into the gap. That's going to be a long chase. He might just get a second. And good fielding and good quick release. Not the strongest of returns, but he did it quickly, and that is probably most important. 67 now for 3. And I don't think he intended it to go there, and he might get a second run if he hurries. And again the return is a little bit off target, and that pulls the keeper away from the stumps. Would have been tight had it been a much better return.
Yeah, really, really good. Again, pickup, really a good pickup, but the throw to the keeper was wide. The batsman have to watch himself with Lacario because he's fast through the air. Doesn't seem to be much spinning about him. And especially if Yearwood likes to go back into his crease, and if he gets caught straight on, he'll be in trouble.
And this time it's going, and it's well over the head of the man at square leg. He just seemed to be crouched there like an umpire as he watched the ball sail over the ground for another KFC maximum. And that's 50 to Ryan Yearwood.
Yeah, well, that ball just sat up and begged to be smacked into that same yard again. That poor yard. It's the recipient of a second 6 into that yard. Ryan Yearwood, as you mentioned, brings up his 50 of 30 balls in a sparkling form and sparkling fashion here. And the Ebony Sports Club is having a think tank here because they're really letting Ryan Yearwood run away with this as the umpires, the third umpire, Clive Gaston, has to come out yet again with another replacement ball.
Yeah, it seems like it's a black hole over the road there. Every time the ball goes in there, it doesn't come back. And but I think they're used to it now, so they have a fair amount of replacement balls of different usage.
But the other thing is, Ruskin, if you look at that house, I mean, it's an open setting, so you can put a porch right there and sit down and watch your cricket, because it'll be an absolutely lovely view.
So what we've had is we've also had a ball struck this way over this side screen and over into that yard behind the side screen there, and we also had one hit a car while it was driving past. So it just seemed the direction has changed. I don't know if the wind has changed, but seems the ball is sailing out of the ground on that side of the ground a little bit more frequently now, as opposed to straight on.
So Ryan Yearwood opened the batting here for Santa Cruz, and he's still there.
And again, this time it's going, and again, a little bit of foot movement. They're trying to play football out there, but not able to haul it in, and that's going to be another one. Current Buddy there, not able to stop it.
It did bounce weird in front of him, I admit that, but he really should have had better coverage here. Let's have a look at it from this angle. Probably see it a little bit better.
Spun, hit and turn.
Yeah, just bounced a little bit weird in front of him.
But he was trying to play with his legs as opposed to using his hands.
Going with his hands, yeah. Interesting first over from Lacario.
And again.
And that would be another 6 and, well, not out, but...
Yeah, but that's another KFC maximum here. So 2 in the over. And what an expensive over that has turned out to be, because after 8 it was 62 for 3. And now after 9 he's going for 2
23.
Maximums and 23. A couple boundaries as well.
Yeah, 23 in the over, 85 for 3 after 9. And that certainly gives the Santa Cruz Sports Club some momentum, because of course there's still Chadian Raymond to come, who is He's been very proficient in this tournament with both bat and ball. But he will certainly, I think he will certainly enjoy himself batting against Ebony tonight if this continues. And looking at the bowling there, Redhead, the pick of the lot with 2 overs, 1 for 9. Kadeem Roberts, 2 overs, 1 for 13 as well. And Tracer had not bad, 2 overs, 1 for 11. But I'm not sure if we're going to see Lacario again tonight. It will be a good show of his mental fortitude if he can come back after being smacked for 23 in his first over.
Well, looks like they've gone back to Serrat to see if he could plug this run flow here a little bit. Just check it. He won't do it there because there's no cover down to fine leg, and it's not going to get to the boundary. But they're going to run and run hard to complete 3.
Yeah, poorly aligned delivery from Serrat to start.
So leg by 3 leg byes.
And again, that lack of coverage there, not even a short fine leg, can get around to it very quickly. And I think for Yearwood now, I'm seeing a fielder at that short fine leg position, so there will be a fielder behind. Square on the leg
because
side,
the left-hander, there is a backward point or short third man wide and a fine leg, both of them at the edge of the circle. And again, just pushing and running, which is good cricket because you're trying to score off almost every ball.
Yeah. That run rate has now jumped to 9.6 after that brilliant over. And the projection score of 191, that would be an extremely competitive score for Ebony. But of course, Ebony are having problems holding the ball. We'll have to see how difficult it is for Santa Cruz.
And again, you're gifting them runs when you bowl outside the legs. You could forgive a bowler, especially with a left-hand, right-hand combination. Sometimes they
Yes, to make that adjustment, yeah.
It's,
it was a wide delivery as well, so Serrat will have to bowl that one over.
lack of pace there. But again, another quick single without, they didn't even challenge the run with a throw back to the keeper. It was so well judged in the end.
Yeah, you got to be aware, especially I think in T20 cricket, of the opportunities to rotate the strike, especially as you mentioned with the right and left hand combination, to confuse and confuffle the bowlers.
This one is hit straight at Lacario, but again he doesn't come forward, and in his defense it didn't really get height. It kind of traveled at a fairly low trajectory to him.
Yeah, it's a flat slog sweep. He started coming forward, and then he just decided at the last minute to pull back and covered it quite well, had his full body behind the ball. At the end, it was just a single, but Yearwood moves on to 62. Alvin Smith is back on strike.
Turned away again. Started in the air, but it fell well short. They probably could have run two because the return out of the deep there has no power at all from Kern Buddy. And they could easily have, I don't even want to say sprint a second run. They could have ambled a second run on his arm.
Well, I mean, it's the basics of cricket. You always run the first one hard. You'd slide your bat into the crease when you're running. Very simple things, but always overlooked. Last delivery of the 10th.
And that's in the air, but unfortunately, it doesn't go to hand. It jumped just in front of the short cover. It's the end of the over. It's the end of 10 overs at the moment. So the players will get a bit of a breather. 93 for 3 after 10.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that GMMB culture.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good. Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then CRUZ Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check CRUZ. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to CRUZ today at any of their convenient locations.
When they want to get the inside information, they go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water. Blue Water's posse identified.
Action resumes in this match 11 between the EBONY Sports Club and Santa Cruz. And the story of the match is EBONY won the toss, elected to bowl, put the Santa Cruz into bat. They got 2 early wickets at the end of the second over. It was 7 for 2. But after 10 overs, Santa Cruz have progressed quite nicely to 93 for 3. Andrew Chan in your company, alongside Mr. Sheldon Rooks, who comes back for his second stint.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Joined a nice time. Ryan Yearwood is going along really nicely. 62 of 35. Here's the first delivery after the break.
Yeah, it's David and Astor Alvin Smith, and he drives it back to the bowler, who does quite well. Maybe trying to tug across the line there a little bit. Smith, Devon David, just a 1 over 14 runs, not doing too bad so far. Has to dry his hands a lot. The moisture outside there is something else. Gets a cut this time, and he gets that one down to backward of square, and that will run away for 4. That one is a lovely little slash there from Alvin Smith.
Just gave him a little bit too much width and just a little bit too short. Saw that nicely and put it past the man at backward point. That man out in the deep couldn't run round. He looks a little bit...
Yeah. The sweeper.
The sweeper's a little bit heavy set.
Well, let's just say he's out there for a reason. But good shot there from Alvin Smith. It's been a good partnership these two have been building here. Been together since the score is 43. David comes in again, and that one is left. Left by Smith, maybe a little bit closer to the stumps than he thought.
Even David had a look. He wasn't entirely sure.
Running back to his mark is David. One loose delivery in between two good ones. Let's see what he comes up with here next. A swipe across the line by Alvin Smith. Appeal for a court for LBW. The umpire signals leg by. We'll have to see how straight this one was.
Definitely going down the leg side. I faced Devon David in the nets the other day. He was one of the players that came to bowl. Thought they'd have a little dig at the old fella.
A dibbly-dobblies. Very dangerous in T20 cricket. That upright seam, that wobbly seam. David again to Yearwood this time. Yearwood is back and almost chopped that one on. He had no idea what that one was. The fielder came in very, very nicely from a short backward square leg. But the throw again to the keeper was absolutely atrocious, Sheldon.
Sometimes happens. I think that slippery ball as well has got a little bit to do with it. You know, you release it just before you want to and slip out.
But not bad from David in this first over after the break. Let's see if he finishes strongly. And he does not, because he sends that down the leg side and it's a wide. And Sheldon Rooks is rubbing his face with anger at Devon David. He's one of the players that you've liked throughout the tournament.
Well, it's just that he needed to keep that tight. He didn't want to have to bowl an extra ball.
And let's see what this one. He gets the cut again, Alvin Smith. The fielder does well at backward point. But the fielder super has to run around and they come back for two. But he certainly stopped a boundary, I would think, there. So good stuff there at the end of the over. 102 for 3. The 100 comes up for the Santa Cruz Sporting Academy.
You want to stop that, don't you?
Yeah.
To be honest. And luckily, as you say, the man in the deep was able to run round, pick that up and stop the fall. He may have taken a little bit of pace off it, you don't know, but really should have tidied that up.
So Ebony Sports Club, they've had a little bit of misfortune, I would say, so far in this tournament. In their very first game, Game 4, they came up against Brian Lara and Harvard, and there's no shame in losing to Brian Lara. And then, of course, their second game, Game 8, I think it was against the Barataria ball players, was absolutely rained out completely, not a ball being bowled. So it's really a chance here for them to show what they're worth here. That guy is not interested in what Ebony is worth. He's interested in taking a nap in the cool breeze of Digger Martin.
Richard Mohammed.
Yeah, wake him up, Ryan Yearwood. Nice drive, straight down the ground.
Take it.
And it's into the hands of Long On. Unfortunately, didn't get enough of that. Redhead takes the catch, Surratt strikes, and that's the end of a brilliant innings from Ryan Yearwood.
Yeah, it was a good knock. He took it very quickly, 63 off 36 balls, going for another big hit here. It's a good strike. It just doesn't get the distance. Ends up going right in the, what do they call it, the bread basket.
Yeah, very good catch by Redhead, because that would have been swirling in the air, and the light may have gotten him a bit of a reflection. But at the end of the day, a really, really good knock from Yearwood. Came in at the absolute start of the innings, and he put on a very good partnership here with Smith. They came together with a score on 43. So they've added a good bit of runs, and there's a platform there for Santa Cruz to push on and get a very, very competitive score.
Yeah, you're right, Andrew. It's a good platform because both batters who are out there had scored their runs reasonably quickly. So now that you've got a hitter like Chadian Raymond coming out there, you should see him try to push on fairly quickly, because you've got someone at the other end who's already set. I don't know whether, what is it, 21 or 15?
Yeah.
So he's faced 15 deliveries. He's seen it. He's happy. Chadian Raymond isn't going to take that long to get into the groove. So we could see a good score here from them.
That's a full toss, and that's driven nicely through the cover region. Not trying to overhit that one, the batter. They're coming back with the 2 as the throw comes in, and again, it's one of those weak throws from that field in the deep in the sweeper position.
Exactly what you said before.
Yeah.
There's 2 there, and he took it easily, no rush. The arm isn't strong enough to have him out in the deep. You can do all the stopping you want, but if your arm is not strong enough, then there's 2 there.
We could certainly get some Dixie biscuits to him on that side, one of our sponsors here. Surratt comes in again, nicely turned down to the leg side, and they run a quick single here. That's good running, very, very good alertness and awareness from Chidian Raymond. He's immediately getting ball on bat, and even if he isn't hitting boundaries, he's in good form enough to knock the ball around and keep the scoreboard ticking, which is, of course, the most important thing. You never want to get bogged down in a T20. A dot ball is like the Caroni Swamp and the Nariva Swamp and the Florida Everglades all rolled into one.
Smith was, onto that single very, very quickly. It went behind. It was his call. He was halfway down the track before Chadian Raymond had completed the shot, but he was running to the safer end.
Alvin Smith, a nice back foot punch and a misfield there, that short mid-off field position, and long off has to do the fielding, and they come back for 2. And good work here from Alvin Smith, because of course it's his job to make sure that Chidian Raymond gets acclimatized and is ready to play.
Yeah, I think he was doing some warm-up in the dugout. We saw him waiting, bat in hand, a few practice shots before he came out. He couldn't wait to get out, and I'm surprised that they batted him this far down. I would have liked to seen him up a little bit earlier. It hasn't gone badly for them. They're 107 for 4.
A big swing there. And that one, it gets down to the long on region, so another single there. Oh no, they come back for 2, that's good running with the misfield there. So they have 2 good fielders on the long on and long off boundary, Ebony. But Smith pushing them really, really well here.
And this is how quickly the heads of the fielders can drop. If the runs get started, they start picking them off, 2 here, 2 here, 2 here. This transmits, you just feel as though you're losing control of it.
Yeah, just a little bit. That's a deep drive into the mid-wicket region there. Will it go to the ropes? It will not. Long on, I should say, has to come around, and they come back for 2. They're looking at the 3rd. They will not. A swipe across the line, but it's all going well for Santa Cruz at the moment. It's all coming up. I wouldn't say quite gold, but maybe silver or bronze.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for you.
111 for 4. Nelson on the board for Santa Cruz. They won't be too concerned about that. They'll be concerned about that projected score, which is 185, which I think will be very, very competitive. And we discussed, Sheldon, about the feeling, and it's one thing that teams can always be very, very good at. As Devon David, I think it is, resumes. And he's going to Raymond. And Raymond hits that nicely over the head of the fielder, the bowler. And that will run down to that cow corner region where the fielder is. And they'll come back for 2. Dancing up the pitch a little bit there, trying to show his virtuoso.
He can take a little bit of time, Raymond. He's got nicer looking shots than a swipe. And if he just takes his time, he'll hit it cleaner.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Nice flick into that mid-wicket region again. And will they come back with 2? That's good running. They ran the first one hard. The throw comes in. It's bit loose, and again they get that 2 very, very easily. Yeah, you mentioned about that, and I think Yearwood had that same problem, because when Yearwood was hitting the ball straight or going deep into his crease and working the ball into areas, it's absolutely gorgeous. And then,
they look nice.
And then just a tug across the line, and it's like, come on, man.
And with Smith going so well, nice and settled, 27 off 18, you're a new batsman in. Get some bat on ball, middle it, get the feel of it.
Nice push there. little bit of a confusion with the batters. Chadian was interested. Alvin says, no, I'm very happy. I'm happy with my run rate. Good stuff by Devon David so far. Nice flick into the leg side. That one, good. The fielder does well there. At backward square leg, just inside the circle. They still get a single.
Other teams should be watching that. It's gone straight to the man. It's gone reasonably quickly, and they still took a single. Some people are not running on that. You know, it's this level of cricket. You go early, it's got to get there, they've got to pick it up and throw it in.
That's a loose delivery down the leg side. A big swipe by Alvin Smith. That will run very close to the ropes. It does reach the ropes instead. We'll wait for the signal from the umpire. He does get a little bit of a tickle on that. So that's a very fine 4 down to fine leg.
Yeah, that's a nice shot, actually. I mean, he's going to say that he absolutely meant that. You can't take it away from him because this is the shape. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he gets it.
I think he was aiming for my car, which is parked over by the mid-wicket region there. Please stay away from the Nissan, from the blue Toyota Corolla, my good friend Alvin Smith. Another swipe. And this one, it just dribbles out past the bowler, who does his own feeling. So, again, a mixed bag there from Devon David to end the 13th, 120 for 4. Santa Cruz, not too bad at this stage. What do Ebony have to do here?
Well, if they're not going to take the wickets, they're going to have to try to slow the runs down. They're going at 9, just over 9 and over. You don't want it to get up to 10 or 11. I mean, I think that will be insurmountable. They're already looking at 185 as the projected score, and it's perfectly possible that with that number of wickets that they could really, you know, put the foot down, you know, step on the gas. And a few big hitters, which we haven't seen. We had one over at 20 odd, and the rest have been, you know, bearable. If you get too many that go over 10, 11, 12, 13, then you're really in trouble, especially if you've had one at 20. That's given you, you know, really 3 overs in there, 3 reasonable overs.
And then Chadian Raymond is the form batter, one of the form batters in this tournament. Change in bowling from the southern end of the ground. And that's the spinner. That's Kadeem Roberts. He took the wicket of Cordell Andrew in the very first over. So it's nice to see Roberts back. Ooh. Full toss, and that's high in the air. Will it get past Long On? It does just get over Long On's head, and Chadian Raymond will survive there. It went a lot higher than it went further, and it spiraled in the air, but they will be very, very unhappy with that, Ebony. They almost got a very, very big wicket for very, very cheap.
He wasn't sure what to do with this when it was up in the air, and it was up in the air a long time. The first thing that you want to do is make sure it doesn't go for 6, and in that respect he kept it out. The next thing you want to do is get in a good position to catch it. Well, he didn't do that.
He didn't do that at all. It's all like an all-you-can-eat buffet for Chadian Raymond. He didn't know where to start, he didn't know where to put that one. Smith is back on strike, and this one he hits that very, very nicely over the cow corner region. The fielder slips there Long On, but does a very, very good job to prevent the boundary. A wide Long On region, and they come back for 2. Good shot there by Smith. He's a very, very powerful batter. I will say that by Alvin Smith. So Chadian Raymond looks to be more of a touch player, more of the class and finesse. Smith is more the pugnacious type, as it were. Punch. He does have some very good punches off the back foot. Kadeem Roberts to continue. Batting on a leg stump line here is Smith. And he swipes at that one, and I think he's bowled. Yes, he is bowled. Kadeem Roberts strikes a big wicket there. Alvin Smith going across the line, maybe. We'll have to have a look at this one. I don't think he was bowled behind the back, but he just missed that completely. A straight ball. And a big wicket there. Unfortunately for Smith.
Yeah, he goes across the line.
He does go across the line.
And I'm shaping to say, you want to hit that straight. You get so much time to see it. And that really is straight back down. He should have been knocking our cameraman off his stand there. But he decides to go across, and after, when he's walking out, he plays the straight shot. He says to himself, I should have played that straight.
I should have played that straight.
Yeah.
Unfortunate end there for for Alvin Smith, but a good knock nevertheless. And it would be interesting to see. It'd be interesting to see. Caron Raymond is coming out now with, so I believe those two are brothers or siblings.
So the difficulty here now is that Chadian has only faced 8 deliveries. I wouldn't go so far as to say his eye is in and he's comfortable. Just a little bit longer. You just wanted him to be a little bit longer. When you make the swap, one of the batsmen who's in should be properly in. And unfortunately, now you've got you've got one new and one relatively new batsman at the crease. The 2 big scorers are back in the hutch, and you wanted one of them to carry on. The 2 scores are there, that's nice. But now you've got a new and one relatively new. 123 for 5. The projected score is still up around 180. I think that's going to be a difficult one to get to. And it could very well be that if they make a connection, especially Chadian, they'll make a bigger score.
Roberts to continue. 2 wickets to his name. Nice punch there by Caron Raymond. Straight to that fielder, that very, very short mid-off position, and there's no run. I understand what you're saying, but I always thinking in the block. So if you get to the 15th over and you're still 130 for 5 or just about, then that's not too bad. So Chadian at that point would have gotten his eye in. And that'll be the last delivery of the 14th. So a successful over for Kadeem Roberts. He's bowled 3 overs and has taken 2 for 16. That's brilliant figures so far. 123 for 5 after 14.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
So I was trying to be original Sheldon Rooks, but Dylan Sharma came in hot and spicy with that KFC ad. No heads up whatsoever. One over left before the 15th.
It's nice to mention our crew because it is a very good crew. Nice to work with them.
Yeah, certainly. We have Jason Prasad, of course, who would be directing the cameraman down there. So much experience, Jason Prasad. International experience, global experience, universe experience, because I'm sure he shot the universe boss, Chris Gale. And there's a change in bowling on from the northern end of the ground. The left arm spinner comes in. That's a nice punch by Raymond, just picked up and deposited to long on.
That's a shot that we were talking about with Ruskin Mark. You don't have to go all the way over the top of the bowler, and there's one there.
It's almost like with tennis, in tennis you check the shot. You don't go all the way. There's not a full follow through. A bunt, as it were, if you want to say that, if you want to use that term from baseball. And your good buddy is on. It's Kern Buddy.
It is.
Extravagant left arm. A nice punch there by Kern Raymond. And that one is a risky little run just into that short cover region.
Yeah, I think the 2 of them are quick enough to know that they can push and run. There is one man in that area. When it's the right-hander. So there's no reason why they shouldn't take that. If it goes left or right, and if it's slow enough, then you're okay.
There's an adjustment to the field as an extra cover comes into place, as well as that short mid-off. Fielder backward point, sweeper position, backward square leg, cow corner.
And just as you say that, they're moving him.
Yeah.
No, they're going to move him back.
They move back. Buddy to continue. Oh, big swing. Big swing there by Raymond, looking to hit that all the way into the North Coast Sea. Made no connection there whatsoever. The keeper has done well behind the stumps for Ebony. I think it's Raymond. Coburn, I should say. Doing Coburn. Deep into his crease and cuts that down. Deep forward square leg comes around and there's just a single.
And they're not going to take a second to Lucario. He may have had a little bit of tap with the ball, but he's the one who took that really nice
Spectacular
low
catch,
catch here. I mean, I've got him in my 11.
Your fantasy 11?
Yeah, just for the fielding. I mean, you want someone at 7 or 8 who might be able to throw a few up, but who in the field is going to save you 10, 15, 20 runs.
Good delivery by Buddy. That one is driven nicely. Wide of that long off-fielder. Will it run into the ropes? It does, actually. I thought it was a good delivery, but he just got back into the crease really, really nice. He did Karen Raymond and punched that beautifully.
See, we're not going to have a dig at the fielder in the deep, but if that was, for example, we were just talking about Lucario, that's one. Because he's going to run round, pick that up, and he's got such a good, strong arm that he's going to freeze them there. So that's 3 runs. Very, very quickly. He's a big fella, so he can't get over there. But it's so tricky when you're picking your team, not just to go for bowlers and batters, but they've also got to be able to do something in the field, because you want to keep those runs down.
Thank you very much for that, Sheldon Rooks. I will take my leave now, and Ruskin Mark and Mr. Rooks will take you through for the rest of the innings. Post on Facebook or social media what you think the Santa Cruz is going to end up with.
Yeah, we'd be interested to know what you think those scores are going to be. We've got our projected score. It's just dropped, actually. It's gone down to 173. It was up at 180. I think it was up at 190 for a while, and it's gone down. However, it's in this last 5 overs that we are going to see what they're going to do. And we also have to see what bowling they've got to offer up. Can the bowlers keep the batters in check? Welcome back, Ruskin.
Thank you very much. And of course, this is really the happy hour period, and hopefully they can keep the scoreboard ticking over like that one quite nicely for a boundary. And Chidian Raymond obviously would have been the man to do the heavy lifting here now.
What a lovely looking, simple shot.
And right back in the crease there and just punching it.
Beautifully placed as well. It's got to get past a few men. He's got to put it in the right place, and he does.
Again, the fielder, they're going to take on his arm. He's have to hurry. And he gets in, he slides in quite nicely. And you look at it, it's straight to the fielder, but that little bubble gave him just enough time to slide in. And there you go. Safely home. And that's a wide delivery, very wide indeed. So Isaac Foster.
An exaggerated use of the foot there.
Again, not able to really get under it and really spunk it.
Can't get frustrated here. Jaden Raymond, 17 or 15.
And that's better. He could probably get a second one if he hurries. And they will. And the carrier has given up any concept of a run out. And Isaac Foster not happy. But I suppose he now has to try to figure out a way how to just limit the scoring. He was hoping it would have been 1 there. And again, they're going to try and push here if there's any bubble at all. And on this occasion, though, it's nicely fielded. The return, not the best, but backed up. So it's just these little things. 140 now for 5. We're in the 16th over. So 10 off this over already. Actually, it should be one more. It was 140, 130 rather. And yep, so 148 now. Tack on a couple more here as they get it into the gap again. So that's two more quite comfortably. So they're finding ways to accumulate runs here, which is not bad. 142 for 5.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
So 142 for 5 as we welcome you back here. And Chadian Raymond on 20, Karen Raymond on 7. And it's the left-handed Chadian Raymond who is getting ready to launch here.
And the difficulty for Chadian here is that he wants that projected score 180 plus. And the only way that he can get it is to throw the bat now, because you are 40 odd runs off it.
Again, pushing it into the gap. This could net them another comfortable couple runs. But I suppose they have to find a way now how they can get some really big overs here. None of these bowlers are threatening them with spin or pace or anything like that. So I would imagine they've both been there now long enough that they could time the ball a little bit better and take advantage. And you could see him swinging hard there, but again too close to the fielder as Foster in the way.
8, 9, 10 and over is all good. Of course, if you can get up there with a few big hits, KFC maximum or a couple, and of course the boundaries.
And a full toss that they cannot take advantage of. Well, you have to put those away. And because you're not going to get too many.
And he picked out the man left or right of him. There's a huge gap behind him, and we know how quick the outfield has played.
And this time he finds the man in the deep, but just a single. So this is really the period where they have to play sensible cricket, but somebody has to, as they say, take the bull by the horn here now and really try to get this score up to that 180 mark. And again, there is a bubble in the field. Foster, he did well, and now the overthrow is going to net them a second run. A bit unfortunate for Foster there, because first the ball sort of hit him on the knee and bounced away from him. The ricochet took it some distance away from him, and in his haste to get it in, he hit the stumps and conceded a second run all the same.
And he was getting it in when the single was already over.
And this time he's going there. There's a man out there, and he bobbles it and couldn't take the rebound. Well. It actually sprung up in the air, and a chance for him to possibly get under it for a second time, and he couldn't haul it in. It's the end of the over. And again, Chadian Raymond living a charmed life out there. So it's 149 for 5 now at the end of 17.
I think it was Devon David unfortunately, who put that one down. And we did see one fairly similar that bobbled up, and they caught it on the second attempt. That time, the push went just too far away from David, and he couldn't catch up with it.
Yeah, but at this level, you really expect. But I always said, under these conditions and the lights, no catch is easy once it goes up in the lights. And but you have to find a way to fetch the ball in the lights, and then when it comes to you, accept it. He had his hands up for a long time, but he had hard hands. It's like the ball hit him in the palm of the hand, more to the heel of the hand, and then just bounced out like it hit rubber, and it just rebounded out of his hands. So that would have been a big chance there for them. Chidian Raymond is up to 26 now.
He just needs a couple of big hits to make that score look a little bit better, not just his own. You really want to be a little bit further ahead. If you face 21 deliveries, you'd want to be a little bit further ahead. But also the team score, which is an 149 for 5 at the moment. 175 is still the projected score. It's not far away from that original 180 odd. They can still get up there.
So Redhead is back. And immediately they set off for a quick single. They could think of a second, and they're actually going to take it. So that's excellent running once again. The ball was already in Foster's hand, but Chidian Raymond was so quick. He was easy to come back. He was easily back for a second.
Yeah, you're right. He has the ball in hand as Raymond is setting off for the second.
And he's going long again. It just is into the gap, and they're going to get too comfortably.
Yeah, it's Jonathan Lucario who runs around to pick up.
They're not getting boundaries, but they're getting doubles. So
that's 12 off the over then.
Yep.
I'd go for that.
Yep.
All right, you have to do a lot of running, and it's unlikely that they are going to do that. But sooner or later, they're going to pierce the field.
And what you do, you put pressure on the bowler now to keep his lines right. Down the wicket he goes. That's an almighty hit, but he could be out caught. And this time it's accepted. And Lucario takes another very well judged catch there. And Chidian Raymond goes for 30.
Didn't have the distance on it, I'm afraid. And Lucario, not for the first time tonight, takes a good catch. He is worth his weight in gold in the field. Even if, as I said earlier, even though he went for a few when he bowled, he's taken 2 wickets and he's come back and had a few good stops in the outfield to pick up some of those, get some of those runs back, if you like, and take 2 good catches.
So that brings Davis Guerra to the crease. And again, with a big responsibility here to try to get some runs on the board, as many as possible. The last thing they wanted was to lose a wicket at this stage. And more particularly to lose Chidian Raymond.
Yeah, because he had faced, 22 deliveries then, and you really want your batsman who is settled to go on. If you're going to lose someone who has only faced 5, 6, 7 deliveries, and what has Kieron Raymond faced only 7 for his 8 runs, and now the responsibility is transferred to him, because at least he's been in for an over or so. But it's now down to him to score the runs, although Guerra will be on strike. There are 3 balls left in the over, 153 for 6.
Thought for a moment there they might have been able to pinch a single, but they decide against it. Probably was a wise decision as well. But again, this is kind of like where when you look at the cricket, you wonder what the thinking is. There's nobody in front of the bat on the onside. So instead of playing that ball straight back down the wicket, you just turn the face of the bat on contact and you get an easy single. Look, the nearest man is now at fine leg, short fine leg. And so you really have to look at where you could get runs, because that's the name of the game now. You want to score off every delivery.
Lucario raced round to pick that up. He really is very busy in the field, and I'm sure that the other fielder was closer, but he closed in on that himself. No need to worry if you've got him in the deep. His only problem is if he picks up a hamstring injury or something, he does himself a mischief, because it's this time of the year when you're not playing a great deal of cricket, you know. So
and the conditions too, it's a bit heavy on the foot. So you put in extra strain on the muscles. And that's more like it. That's a goal real shot. That's 4 runs.
And I don't know if you saw that, but Lucario is limping back onto the field now. So it looks as though he has done some damage out there. We might get to see it on the replay.
Yeah, he is going back. Yeah,
he's running it down, and
looks hobbled. So 158 for 6 now after 18.
Blue water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
So we're looking here at 158 for 6. And 18 overs completed, so they have 2 overs to try to get as many runs as possible. Raymond and Guerra at the crease. And really they cannot wait here now as Kern Body is back into the attack. And really opportunities for singles here, and they're not taking them.
Go ahead, buddy. Keep going, buddy.
You're not, as I say, you're not going to get those balls back. So you have to take advantage when you get them. That was a nice delivery, just a half volley on his pads, and couldn't score. And again, so
doing a job here, isn't he, buddy?
He's certainly keeping the batsman quiet and bowling to the new batsman, Davis Guerra, who's having difficulty getting going until he gets served a beautiful full toss above the waist. So that too could be a no ball. And that's a KFC maximum as well. So the umpire is trying to clarify whether it's 4 or 6. And but we haven't seen the call for the no ball.
Yeah,
and that should be a no ball and a free hit as well.
The square leg umpire is just going over there now. I think that's Mohammed Jaipur.
Yeah, way over the way. So that shouldn't be any debate at all as to whether or not it is over the waist. But we still haven't seen a signal from the umpire. So he got away with that one because the umpire is yet to signal. So count your lucky stars. And that's better. That's gorgeous as well. That's in the gap. And that is going to run into the boundary for 4.
That hasn't helped Lucario, who was part of the chase and had to come all the way round. He would have cut that off under normal circumstances, but with that, I think, hamstring strain, I think he's going to have some problems.
And again, a heavy outfield doesn't help, especially with some kind of muscular. In fact, that might have been what caused the injury in the first place. And again, he's going square leg. There is a fielder out there, but they only got one. That's good fielding and careless running as well, to be limited to just the one run.
I think it might be Dev outfield running around to pick that one up.
Yeah, I still don't understand why they didn't call the no ball with the full toss, the high full toss. And here we go again. This is another one played in the deep and played gorgeously. And we're going to get another KFC maximum. So Kern Buddy leaking runs here. And 19 completed now. The end of 19 is 175 for 6.
Well, we were talking about where they would get to, and at one point it had dropped to 173. I still felt that there was enough in the team in Santa Cruz to get up to 180. And given that, where are we now, 175 for 6?
Yeah, they got 17 off that last over.
Yeah, well, I don't think that they're going to be far off. It was just, they just needed another big one, didn't they? And there it was.
So now 7 bowlers used. So a penalty here. So they, instead of 5, they are limited to 4 outside the circle. So not what Ebony wanted at this stage. But I'm sure
Right arm over.
Santa Cruz Sports will take it with a smile. Can they take advantage of it now? Redhead continues. This one is up in the air. And it should be too easily. So good running again, putting pressure on the fielders.
I think that no ball that you were talking about was not called because when he played it, he was bending down to hit that out into the deep. And it has to be called when the batsman is standing upright at the popping crease. So if he bent down, he wasn't going to call it. So by the time that it got there, he couldn't call it.
That's another big hit. This time he's going to run across the turf. A little bit of football out there, doing well. And keeping it in the park. So they'll settle for that as well. So clever one, Frederick out there. Using his footballing skills. And of course, he probably looked at Manchester United today, or rather looked at Barcelona today, and saw the former Manchester United star scoring a brace, Mr. Rashford. And everything now, they're going for broke here now. This is the final over, so no tomorrow here. And he's looking at the umpire as if to say, I think I got a touch onto that one, you know.
And I'm sure the umpire's response was, I don't think you did. And guess what? It's what I think.
Yeah, it's what,
not
what you think doesn't matter at this point, you know. So a good recovery here, 180 now for 6. So everything they get here now could be gravy. How much more? And they'll take that too. And should run for another couple. And there's no time to waste. And I don't know why they were even debating whether they should go for a second run. You pretty much want to score off every delivery.
Those twos that you were talking about, I can't remember seeing an innings where there were so many twos taken.
Well, this is the nature of the game, and it's not that the outfield is slow. They've just not been timing the ball as well as they should. They're applying a lot of power, but no timing. When they time it well, it goes up, 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 and it never looked like he was going to take that catch, Lucario. He just seemed out of sorts. He got under it, and he got too much under it. It actually started to go over his head. And by the time it was coming down, he was going backwards. Always a dangerous combination. So 2 more to the kitty. And again, another almighty swing. And they will get a second run because Buddy just allowed the ball to go. They're going back for a 3rd run, and actually they ran a 3rd run, not on his arm. They ran that 3rd run when the ball was 3/4 of the way back. But because it was such a weak throw that they were able to squeeze a 3rd run out of it. So it ended up getting to 184 for the loss of, first of all, it was a bad misfield. And then look at this return. Just casually threw it in. He didn't really rifle it in. So 187 for 6. And I would think they would take that with a smile.
Yeah, a little bit untidy at the end from Ebony. They could have restricted them to a slightly lower score. However, very early on, that was up there as the projected score, 183. They finished on 184, 185 to win. Here is Ruskin with
actually
a wrap-up.
Yeah, actually it was 187 for 6 at the end of the 20 overs. So again, Santa Cruz Sports put into bat, and they lost an early wicket. They lost 2 early wickets actually. Andrews for 1 and Mitchell for no score. But Ryan Yearwood with a gutsy 63, 30 from Chadian Riemann and 33 from Alvin Smith, plus an unbeaten 22 from Karen Riemann, and Davis Guerra with 16 at the end saw them over the line or got them to that point. So this is how things unfold here. And this, of course, was Ryan Yearwood going at a rate of knots. Cordell Andrew and Mitchell caught out in the deep there for no score, and bowled neck and crop there to Roberts. That was Alvin Smith for 33, and then late in the day coming and showing his capability, Chadian Raymond, and good catch by Lucario to get rid of Raymond for 30. But then the pair of Raymond, that's Karen Raymond and David Guerra, they came and they were able to take St. Guerra remains 16 not out, Raymond 22 not out, and they were able to get the team to 187 for the loss of 6 wickets. It means that Ebony will need 188 for a victory when we come back.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that GMMB culture.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. and let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At JMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then CRUZ Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check CRUZ. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to CRUZ today at any of their convenient locations.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the clients. The client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water. Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At JMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then CRUZ Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check CRUZ. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the clients. The client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When people run out, take a blue water spray.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the clients. The client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Welcome back to the Digger Martin Sporting Complex, where we're getting ready for the run chase. Ebony Sports, of course, the Fashion Pass Collection, Ebony, they will need 188 for a victory in 20 overs. That's after Santa Cruz Sports. The Beckel Santa Cruz Sports posted 187 for 6, with Yearwood getting 63, Smith 33, Raymond 30, and that was Chady and Raymond. And of course, the other Raymond, Karen, was 22 not out at the end here. So it should be an interesting battle to see how this one pans out in the end. And Andrew Chan is back with us, and no doubt, Andrew, 187 is a good total, but it's not insurmountable.
Yes, certainly it's a stiff total, and they will have to see how the Ebony Sports Club start, because they can take solace in the fact that after the first 2 overs, Santa Cruz was 7 for 2, but still managed to get to 175 for 6. So it's all about partnerships, and they'll be hoping that Davis and I think that's David. So it's Davis and David will be opening the batting.
Yep. Elton Davis.
Yeah, so Elton Davis and Devon David will be opening the batting. Devon David had a mixed bag with the ball. None for 31, I think it was, off 3 overs. So he'll be certainly hoping for better with the bat.
So it's going to be interesting to see how they pull up here. And very colorful. Well, let's just put it so it's a nice splashy design. You have black, you have white, you have a splash of yellow, you have green, and maybe a little hint of red inside of there as well. So very colorful.
It certainly wouldn't be out of place on Juve morning.
Yeah, it looks, it's not a tie-dye, but it's a good one. Davis Guerra, to add another Davis in the frame. You have Devon David, Elton Davis, and Davis Guerra bowling. And here is a stifled appeal, but it's a wide signal by the umpire. So, almost as if they're trying to convince the umpire that there was a touch there. You can't call that a wide.
Good job by Tom Wilson not falling for the scam.
And again,
it's a very attacking field here. Short third man, a short fine leg fielder at that deep mid-wicket position. Short mid-on, short mid-off. Long on is in position, and then a conventional mid-off. A full toss.
And this one, it goes right through the fielder. That is really bad cricket. They had it. He had it in his grasp, and then it just went right through him at mid-off. So he had a lot of time to look at it. It bounced right in front of him, and for whatever reason, he just decided to jog after it.
Yeah, it was an awkward bounce. It did bounce awkwardly, but he didn't try to get his body behind it. And we saw that Ebony Sports Club didn't have the best time in the field after either. I would think they'd let go maybe about 20 or 30 runs, maybe about 25 or so. So Santa Cruz will have to take that into consideration.
So Aidan Antwine was the guilty man there. He just allowed that ball to go past him. And it's one thing not going for the catch. It's another thing not stopping the ball entirely. Here we go again, and another appeal. They're asking a lot of questions of the umpires.
A quick hands behind the stumps there, and that is
and now they could see them really trying their best to put pressure on the umpire there. Alvin Smith behind the stumps.
Smith behind the stumps.
And gonna have to hurry again, and that one was very, very tight indeed. In fact, if that hit the wicket directly, he would have been a goner. He seemed very late starting.
Really, really good fielding there. I thought it was actually closer. I'm surprised that the Santa Cruz players weren't a little bit more vociferous with that call, but the umpire at square leg, Mohammed Rajpal, having a good view of that one. We first sign of Elton Davis versus Davis versus Davis. While David looks on.
And that's a beauty.
Yeah, beaten all ends up by that one. Good start here from Davis Guerra. Of course, Guerra in Spanish is war, so he's bringing the war here for Ebony, but it's a good start so far.
So the target is 188. And another delivery that they can't score off of that one. So 6 without loss at the end of over number 1.
Yeah, fairly tame start, but at least no wickets lost at the end of the first over. Their first over, Santa Cruz were 5 for 1. So at least they haven't lost a wicket here. But David and Davis have their work cut out for them. And it's Kashmir Mitchell, it looks like, who will be doing the business from the southern end of the ground.
Kashmir Mitchell is going to pick up the attack. He obviously is under some pressure now to probably get an early wicket. Try and see if they can't pin back this batting lineup. See if they can do to them what they did when they batted, which is prize out 2 early wickets in the power play. And you can lose 1, sometimes 2, but you don't want to lose a 3rd wicket in the power play, and they avoided that and eventually got to 187 for 6.
Yeah, we saw a couple of the Ebony seamer bowlers. They got some movement, but they couldn't control it very well. I think Dominic Redhead was maybe the one exception. So we'll have to see how Kashmir Mitchell does. A fairly tall fellow. Good run up and good line, good length.
Yeah, big swing and a miss here. Not really the ideal situation here. If you're going to score runs, you have to have a plan of how you're going to score these runs. You can't just swing and nowhere near the ball. The ball bonks, deviates a little bit off the seam, but the bat nowhere near the ball.
Movement away as well. Can Kashmir bring it back in?
And again, so excellent bowling here.
And of course, 2 dot balls in a row in the middle of the power play. That's a lot of pressure immediately on the Ebony team. It's a stiff total they have to face. And as you mentioned, you're quite right in the sense that they have to think about a plan. So I think maybe after 6 overs they'd like to get 60 on the board. I think that would be a good start, a good platform for the power play. At the end of their 6 overs, Santa Cruz had amassed 43 for 3. So, and then of course the Ebony does have a good play in Cleavon Frederick to come as one of their guest players. And we know that strong man can hit the ball a long way. So it's up to these 2 openers to build a platform and not let the pressure build too much.
Again, another delivery that just leaves the batsman outside that off stump, which is a good line to adopt. You have a fine leg and a 3rd man. Those are the 2 men out. Everybody else forms a nice little ring with a slip, a backward point, a cover, extra cover, and a mid-off, mid-on.
Actually 2 slips in place, so good attacking field here.
And another swing and a miss. So he has to, at some point, come to the realization that he's not catching up to the ball. So he just has to try to put bat to ball, make contact, and maybe take a single instead of trying to hit a boundary every time.
But that was a beautiful delivery. If there was a 4th stump in cricket, it would have been out of the ground. Kashmir Mitchell, he's getting a little bit of bounce in here. And I also think he's bowling a little bit back. He's mixing it up very nicely with the back of length and full delivery. So the batters aren't getting accustomed to the length at which he's bowling. He has 2 deliveries. And if he can get a maiden, that would be absolutely brilliant here for Kashmir Mitchell. And, of course, the Santa Cruz team.
Well, the batsmen have had a little discussion. So hopefully they've figured out a way to counter this attack. And again, it's more of the same. He's just not able to catch up to the deliveries. It's good pace, and then there's a little seam movement as well. But his foot movement is non-existent, and that's the reason why he can't catch up to the ball.
Yeah, just a tentative front foot foul. Looking to his hand-eye coordination, depending completely on his hand-eye coordination. And the movement away as well as the bounce from Mitchell is making it very, very difficult for the batters to get on top of him.
He steps out of his crease, and even then he couldn't get it. A maiden over, and really 6 without loss after 2.
Yeah, brilliant offering here from Kashmir Mitchell. He stayed really, really close to that fourth stump line, maybe a couple going on to fifth. But there was always that movement away, and he varied his length really, really nicely.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Wonderful locations all across Trinidad and Tobago for Cans Poultry and Meats. I'm definitely going to do some stew chicken tomorrow, so I might have to pass and check them tomorrow. Davis Guerra, none for 6 after 1 over. I'll be bowling to Elton Davis, who's yet to get off the mark, interestingly enough.
Yeah, he sat at the other end and watched the over go through, and even now he can't catch up to delivery. Good work from Smith behind the stumps again.
You almost lifted up his back foot there, Davis, and the keeper was very, very much aware of that. If you look at it here, little bit off balance. Yeah, he did raise it up a little bit.
But he never removed the bails.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to hurry here. This could be tight. And he underarmed the ball away from the keeper. When in truth and in fact, he needed to just when I say use his wrist and get it into the keeper quickly and get it close to the stumps. His throw is what took the wicketkeeper away from the stumps.
I mean, certainly the fielders in the 30-yard circle need to be on their toes. They need to be on the lookout for everything because they really are. The bowlers have done a really, really good job.
So David again, and once more a little bubble allows them the ability to take the run.
Good recovery from the fielder though, even though with the bubble he got the throw out fairly quickly. I don't think the captain for Santa Cruz will be too concerned with singles. Going for the cut again, and that one was a little bit too close for comfort there. He's trying something, Elton Davis. 1 run off just 6 deliveries, and his partner on the other end, Devon David, hasn't made it easier. Back into his crease, and there's no way of getting a run there as the bowler does the fielding. Been a very, very tame start here. They haven't lost any wickets, but they're barely getting runs on the board here, Ruskin Mark. Sheldon Rooks is in the corner there saying, come on, boys. Nice drive there. But again, no run to the short extra cover position. At the end of 3 overs, just 2 runs off that one. My goodness, 8 without loss after 3.
Yes, it's proven to be a bit of a halting start, if you want to call it that, to this innings. Neither batsman really establishing themselves with any kind of credit. They are really off to a very slow. When you consider after 3 overs, there was 15 for 2. So they're 8 without loss. And so they're doing well in the wickets column, but they're really having a hard time getting the ball. Just to get the ball off the square, they're having problems doing so.
Now it's the matchup of Devon David versus Kashmir Mitchell. Again, if Kashmir can bowl 2 maidens in a row, well, Devon David, something has to give, you have to think.
And swing and a miss, so a wide signal, but the plan is the same. Stay off stump, outside the off stump, and until they find a way to come out there and get to you, don't stop. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, Mitchell just has to remember what he did in that last over. That one was a little bit too wide. And even that one, David couldn't make contact on. That's the line that he wants to be on.
Yeah, the approach is the same. He's pulling away from the ball, trying to hit it, and trying to probably get under it to hit it on the up. But he's not really in the ideal position. Because if you're going to make contact with the ball, the first thing you do as a batsman is get your head in line. His head is here, and he's swinging the bat here all the time to a ball that is moving. away from him.
Well, as you say that, maybe Mitchell should try one on the stumps, because if he's leaving his stumps exposed, he's already batting on a leg stump line, it looks like.
This time he makes contact because the ball is so much closer to him, so he doesn't have to fetch it. And on that occasion, you're right, he was attacking the stumps then. So it's almost like if he's bowling, that's how you bowl to a tail ender. Because they don't, technically they're not as strong. So the easiest ball for them to play would be the one close to them, where they could just bring the bat into line. So he has to approach this as if he's bowling to a tail ender. That's where you bowl. You bowl it off stump, outside the off stump, and on that occasion, he's getting some lift as well.
Delivery, yeah.
So he's actually outthinking the batsman here.
Well, the other thing you have to give Mitchell credit for is the execution, because, I mean, it's very easy to say, I'm going to bowl full, and then I'm going to bowl back of a length, and then I'm going to bowl a bounce, and then I'm going to bowl on the stumps. And to mix it up here is really, really good. Just conceded 1 run so far in 9 deliveries, 9 legal deliveries. Oh, and a good effort by the keeper for sure. Completely went off the rails there. He probably I think he was trying for maybe an in-swinging Yorker. It looked like how he was shaping that one.
And, but again, you could see the plan. He just tried to push this one in, as opposed to bowling his stock delivery.
Yeah.
Probably trying to change it up a little bit there.
Get half stopped by the keeper. That's Alvin Smith, who
couldn't catch up to it. And that's again another good delivery, just leaving him. Probably took some pace off of it as well and allowed it to move a little bit more. Look at how he was shuffling, trying to reach it. Still not able to catch up with the deliveries.
But as you mentioned, he's moving away, so he's already at a disadvantage, because if we see that Mitchell is pitching the ball on 4th stump and 5th stump lines, if you're moving away and then you're trying to step into it, you're going to be on the back foot. However you look at it, you're just reaching for the ball. You're not playing at it with any certainty at all.
And again, he's quickly. That could have been a close single there if they were able to pick it up. Looks like Garrett, the man guilty on that occasion of taking his eyes off the ball. But that would have been a tight single.
A thick outside edge there, opening up the face. And the first runs off the bat for Cashman Mitchell.
He's having real problems with the helmet. It's not sitting on his head very well. I don't know if the helmet is too small or too big.
Davis will be facing Mitchell for the first time.
Similar scenario, because neither one of them are committed to try to get behind the line of the ball. At the end of the over 4 completed, it's 12 without loss.
And even
when you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
So to welcome you back here, David is on 6, Davis is on 2, and the scoring is pedestrian at best, 12 without loss after 4, and they need a little bit of a pick-me-up here quickly, and this will help.
Nice drive by Elton Davis off the bowling of Davis here, and he will get a single for that. But yeah, I mean, credit to Santa Cruz. Their 2 opening bowlers have really done the job here. You're getting into the last 2 overs of the power play with only 13 runs on the board, and they've done really well here. Both of them can be proud of their figures so far.
And this one is hit, but again, just a single. There's a long on in place, so they're covering the gaps the bowlers to some degree of bowling to the field. There's a deep mid-wicket, or well, it's not quite square leg, so he's more mid-wicket, squarish, and then there's a long on. Those are the 2 men out so far. And here's an appeal for an LBW. Yes, he is. So Davis has to go for 3, and that's that dreaded finger being raised there very, very slowly.
Yeah, the fall of the first wicket with the score on 14, it was always coming. The pressure was building, and I think that's actually, yeah, that is Davis, I think, who's walking off. The Devon David will, no, it's Davis who's walking off, and he's all the way back on that one. He got himself into a complete and utter tangle there. That ball looked like it struck both legs actually on the way through.
Plus a little bit of turn, and that is probably what did him in, because he was in the crease trying to probably pick up the original line, and then when it moved, he couldn't get the bat across.
So Davis Guerra strikes, and the new batter coming out is Mr. Cleavon Frederick, who is their guest player, one of the guest players for Ebony. The other one is actually not playing today, and that's Ewart Nicholson. And Kadeem Roberts is a guest player as well. But Cleavon Frederick, we know he can hit the ball a long way, so he will have a lot of work to do now, because they're already on the back foot, the Ebony team.
Yeah, you can see those spectators there probably wondering what has happened to their batting. It's stalled, essentially. And they need somebody to give them some kind of hope that they could challenge this 187 or 188 target for a victory.
It's already looking like a tall order to climb, but I mean, of course, it's just you just need one big over really, and that sort of switches the momentum. Guerra to Frederick.
And this is a good matchup for Guerra because he's left-handed, and if you can just get it to move just like the one that got the LBW decision, if you just get it to turn, pitch and turn, he has a slip as well. There's another appeal for an LBW, and Guerra is confident that that is out, but the umpire says, wait, young man, try again.
Let's have a look at this one. He did get that front foot across here, Frederick. I think it might have been pitching on middle and going towards off, which would have put the doubt in the umpire's mind.
So there might have been some bat as well.
Yeah.
There's another quick delivery. So this is good bowling indeed. Really mixing up his deliveries quite nicely as that completes over number 5. And the end of it, it's 14 for 1.
Yeah, the current run rate 2.8, 11.6 is the required run rate, 174 runs needed in 90 balls. I will take my leave now, and Mr. Sheldon Rooks will assume the position with Ruskin Mark, and he'll be here to talk you through this battle.
Yeah, this is a real Herculean task here for them to try to get going, and that's really the situation here. How often have we seen a boxing match where one of the fighters tell you they just couldn't get their arms freed? It just wasn't happening for them in the fight. Well, this is what they feel like here. They just seem sluggish right now. So welcome back, Sheldon.
Nice to be back with you. I heard you say that their start had stalled. That suggests that they got going in the first place.
Well, they walked out there. And again, so this has been the kind of the go-to shot, just to hit it and swing at it, I should say. Not very often they've actually hit it. On that occasion, they got the single, but you name it, 9 out of 10 times prior, they played and missed.
Can't believe this this start from the leg. They're going at less than 3 and over and they already need 11 and a half. That will be up to 12, 13, 14 very shortly.
Well, the second over was a maiden, which was the first by Mitchell. And then his second over cost him 4 runs.
They're doing the right thing by keeping him on.
And he's going to have to hurry again. The fielders just seem... this is Guerra, and he's a good mover in the field. But again, it's almost as if he gave up on the run-out attempt. He just seemed he started slowly. And the batsman had time, they were actually on the move by the time he recognized what was happening. In that position, you are attacking the ball every time. Once the batsman isn't playing a big shot, you're on the move, looking to get the ball. So let's see how they adjust here now. More of the same. Because that line is proven to be very difficult. And then when he bowls a short ball, they're not in a good position to make contact. They're not even in a good position to get an edge on it.
Yeah, I think Mitchell is just that little bit too sharp for David. With the best will in the world, he hasn't played him well at all. 8 off 18 deliveries.
And this one is following him. And that's great bowling again, because he knows that there is a little bit of apprehension with the batter Devon David is not comfortable at all. In fact, not only is he not comfortable, I think his technique is wanting here, because he doesn't seem to know where to position himself to make contact with the ball. And on that occasion, the bowler actually followed him.
Yeah, this is unfortunate now, because you've got this disparity in levels. Quite clearly, Kashmir Mitchell bowls at another level that David hasn't seen before.
And again, and he's smart. He's bowling deliveries that he knows that they cannot score off of. And right now, he's just accumulating dot balls. As they say, a dime a dozen. Look at where he is compared to where the ball is. He's outside leg stump. Right where he is there is where he ended up playing that shot.
It's the giveaway is the right leg. This is the one that you have all your balance on. That goes away. You're moving away from the target.
And that's a good shot, but you're not even going to get a run for it, because the bowler took some of the sting out of it. And probably it's at the end of a pretty good over. And at the end of over number 6, 16 for 1 after 6.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take up the water spray. Take up the water spray. In your school or home, take up the water spray. When the bus run out, take up the water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
So welcome back. It's 16 for 1 after 6 overs. Really, somebody has to... they need an explosion here. That's really what they need. They don't just need quick runs. They need some runs. To be honest with you, they haven't really been able to put back to ball, and now it might get even more difficult for them as Aidan Antwine comes into the attack. And that's a wide to start with.
I might have gone with Chadian Raymond. And the reason for that is that he also is a little bit zippy. Quite clearly, the batsmen aren't comfortable with the seam, and I'd have said...
A little bit of pace.
Have a little bit more. If that's not what you like, have some more of it.
And there's a strong LBW appeal, but again, just coming back. That one probably straightened a little bit and probably just was going down leg. But
yeah,
Frederick really found himself cramped there. Again, and a good shot, but it probably pitched outside leg. That's probably part of the rationale. And well played. I don't think it was intended to go there, but he pulled it nicely with the bottom hand and picked up 4 runs. Badly needed.
Yeah, I think actually that he did, because the shot that he should have played, he can't play that. You know, some people have got that and some people haven't. And he is the one who comes across the line. That's what he's happiest with. A little bit of a hoik. And I think we've got a team here that is a little bit of a mismatch with some of the players from Santa Cruz. They're a little bit better than Ebony here.
And that's well bowled, but again, it's a half volley right in front of him. And somebody who is, but again, if it's on the legs, he might probably play the big shot. But because it's more or less off stump, he tends to push at it as opposed to really spank it.
Yeah, give him something outside the off stump and he's going to try and cut or whatever. A little bit short, you want to pull, but at that level that I think he may be at, anything on the stumps, he's going to defend.
And again, that's part of his limitations, but he understands his limitations. So that's to his credit. At least he knows if he goes playing the fool out there, he might get out. So he probably might just defend those deliveries that are on the stumps and wait for something.
That also suggests to me that ball number 3 or 4 that he faces after he's got dot is going to be the big hit. We'll see.
And this one could get a second run here. And look at how he ran the first one. He was looking back to see, as opposed to getting to the crease and then take a look and see. But Fredericks was looking back to see where the ball was. And it took so much of his pace away. And I use the word pace guardedly. And again, from outside the off stump.
You see what I mean?
He's fetching it from outside the off stump.
Because that's his kind of shot.
Yep, so 7 overs gone, 24 for 1 now.
Because where that ball was, that goes on the other side. But he's got that kind of, you know, it's lower level club cricket style. You see it on FEP matches and stuff. And
there's a name for that in local parlance, you know.
Yeah, what's
He's
that?
a cross batter.
Cross batter, yeah. Cross batter. Thanks very much for introducing me to that one. 12 and a half and over. I said it was going to get up there. Look, it's a festival. They've got their team together. It's a nice group of guys. They can come out here. They can have a bit of fun. But they've come up against a unit that have got some quality players in. And they're being... you know, for want of a better word, Ruskin, they're being exposed a little bit. Their limitations, and you used that, I think you're quite right. They're limited in what they can do. Let them enjoy themselves and have a bit of a bash out here. But make no mistake about it. This is not going to be at 12 for long. This is going to continue to climb, and at some stage, you're going to get the wickets falling.
Tristan Craig. And starts with a wide. That seems par for the course.
And Chadian Raymond has already recognized that. He's the Santa Cruz skipper, and he said, hey, this is a time when I can give my other bowlers a bit of a run out here. They're not going to travel that far. It can be nice and enjoyable.
Get overs out of the way.
Yeah, and let them have a bit of a go.
So 25 for 1. We're in the 8th over. And it's not going to get any easier for them, but chances are they will at some point get something going somewhere along the way, you hope. And I would imagine Frederick, if he sticks around for a while, might swing a couple.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad looking shot. You know, he played it nicely, had a nice shape to it.
And it's almost predominantly leg side with him. And so he is playing where he's strongest.
He's got that little short arm jab, hasn't he? that again you see some low-level club cricketers employ.
Well, the thing about it is that we see a lot of this in even at the highest level in T20 cricket, because some of the top batsmen do have that ability, but they also have the ability to play the ball through the offside as well. But they can play those cross-batted shots quite nicely. You think of somebody like a Nicholas Pooran. He will take a good delivery and put it through mid-wicket, and you're probably thinking, well, he should have played that through the covers, but it goes for 4. And that's well played and well fielded as well.
Frederick has just basked in the glory of being mentioned in the same sentence as Nicholas Pooran. You know, you've elevated him. I don't know how many levels.
But I also pointed to the fact that Pooran could play the ball through the offside. I'm yet to see him play one through the offside with any conviction. And that's well played in the end. But again, it's not the kind of conviction that you want to see from them. They just seem like they're trying, but do they have the tools to conquer this bowling attack?
It's the feet that got me there. And it was all hands. It just follows it without any kind of footwork to try and, as you said earlier, to get to the pitch of the ball.
And that's well played. That's more like it. And look at his speed. And you know he has power. It's really a question of, can he get the ball in the zones that he likes? And see what happens. I mean, you think about this. When Vivian Richards first came on the scene, you know, that was one of the knocks against Viv, that he was, you know, they said he was an onside player because everything, you know, tended to go through the onside quite a lot. But the rationale for that was, or how should I say, the reason why Sir Viv was good at that, 2 things. He got to the pitch of the ball well, and then he could manipulate the field that way. It's the end of the over. 8 completed. It's 28 for 1.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
So here we go again, 28 for 1 after 8. And it's just been a tough ask for them at the moment. They're trying to dig themselves out of a hole here, but they're not getting enough deliveries in areas that they like so they could score freely from. And pulled away again, but just a single. So we've had, essentially, Fredericks has probably played 1 shot through the offside. That was a drive down to long off.
Yes.
But everything else is going on the onside, either square or towards mid-wicket.
With little tucks and pulls, you know, a big man, he doesn't free his arms. You don't get that fluency.
Well, the one he hit the middle of went like a tracer bullet.
Power.
Yep. And that's very well played under the circumstances. But again, the singles are not going to really hurt Ebony at the moment. They are not, or rather Santa Cruz at the moment. Ebony right now can't seem to figure out a way. Maybe after 10 overs they might do an assessment and maybe change their attitude. And that's well played, but Guerra again, or rather Chidi and Raymond quick to the ball. And he hasn't bowled, so if he is their 5th option, then it's not going to get any easier for Ebony. And played again nicely down to deep mid-wicket. And just a single. Now that ball was pitched not too far from the off stump, but it ended up at deep mid-wicket. And so
yeah, that's his modus,
Yep.
isn't it? And I think if we accept that this is a club level, we just go with that. That'll be okay.
yeah, that's what he's good at. And that one went right through the keeper, but a bye. So one bye.
And Devon David has been much happier with the ball just that little bit slower. Take the pace off it.
So they're going to have a little bit of a discussion. So 9 overs completed now, and it's 32 for 1.
Well, whatever discussion it is they're going to have at the Blue Water drinks break is going to require a huge effort, because we're almost, 14 and over now, and we've still got 10 overs to go. That's normally what you're looking at with only 4 overs to go. Anyway, here's the next delivery.
So Antoine is back, and that's played nicely, but those gaps are plugged quite nicely. There's a long off, a long on, a deep cover, and a deep mid-wicket, as well as a deep square leg. So those are the 5 men out. You're going to have to beat them to score runs, and score big runs.
I'm, okay once I recognise that the makeup of the team and the limitations of the players and everything. I've got no problem. They're out here to play a game and enjoy yourself. Good luck.
And this is a matchup that I think Fredericks would like, because there's pace on the ball. So I think he's going to fancy his chances here. He's going to use the bowler's pace to his advantage where possible.
And his eye may be a little bit better, definitely, than the 2 openers. I mean, the openers were completely lost, weren't they? They were swinging and missing, swinging and missing. He's having fun as well. I'll come back to this point. It's a festival. Let's have some fun, and Frederick is out there having some fun. David has worn a couple, hasn't he? When Mitchell was down at this end, he followed him at least once and got into him. And I think he realised, what's the point? I don't have to do this.
Mm-hmm.
And then put them outside the off stump. You don't want to crack anyone, do you?
35 for 1. And again, picking out the man at deep mid-wicket. And again, that's his sweet spot. So that's where he scores heavily. But that gap is plugged right now. So you might just have to settle for a single where possible. Maybe 2 at most. And just again another short arm hoik, but it doesn't get to where he intended it to go. But he got a single, so he gets Fredericks back on strike, which is the important thing here now. Fredericks is 14, and David 29 deliveries for his 13.
I mean, he gave it a bit of a go, didn't he? I thought, well, he's put something to that, and it just plonked in the 30-yard circle.
And you stay away from the pads, because that's where Fredericks loves it. Leg by.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, he's just about to signal it now. There you go. Who's he signalling it to?
Square leg umpire.
I don't know, but we're over here.
But this is kind of where they have to do an assessment. I think this over number 10 is coming at the right time for them, to give them an option to discuss what's the approach, where we go from here, what do you want us to do, kind of thing. Because as batsmen, you kind of think on your feet and you try to do your assessment yourselves. But now you have to probably listen to the coach, and he will probably advise what he thinks should be done. Of course, players will get an opportunity to have their input as well, And then hopefully together they could come up with a plan, a workable plan.
Well, he's decided to come halfway down the track to him because even the bowler decided, hang on a minute, I better think about this because he's closer to me than he is to the to the wicket.
Yep. Well, bowl him a bouncer. That would be a half volley then. And if he's good enough, he will score it. If not, they should come for a second, but then again they decide against it, and they will be limited to just the 1 run. So the end of over number 10, 40 for 1 after 10. That's the latest here at the Diego Martin Complex.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. Fitness posse water. The office posse water.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. Fitness posse water.
Action resumes here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, and David will push a single, chuck a single, as they would say in the local parlance. Andrew Chan in your company, alongside Sheldon Rooks, and something has to give here for Ebony Sports Complex, Sporting and Culture Club to get anywhere close to this total required of 188. But yeah, something really has to give here. Devon David, he's been in there since the start, 15 off 31 deliveries. He's faced 6 overs of, or 5 overs, I should say, of the Ebony batting performance. And Cleavon Frederick not doing badly, but checking his shots just a little bit. Keron Raymond, it is his first over coming in. And they haven't bowled spectacularly by any means, Santa Cruz Sports, but they've done the basics here.
Kind of haven't needed to be honest.
Frederick tries with the reverse sweep and gets himself in a tangle there. Well. Something had to give. But I'm not sure if that's what Mr. Frederick should have offered at all. I did have a chance to chat with Mr. Frederick, Cleveland Frederick, who's on strike, after this delivery. And that's a nice little punch check there into the cow corner region. And it runs away to the ropes before. Very, very good check shots there. Wide of long on from Cleveland Frederick, and a very rare boundary here. But what he was telling me is, of course, that the Ebony Sports and Culture Club was established in 1947. It's based in the area of Morval Laventil, which is, of course, a suburb of the city of Port of Spain. And after this delivery, I will continue my point. That's a full delivery, and it's a wide delivery there from Raymond. Yeah, so what Cleveland was telling me was that in the last 2 or 3 years, the team has been trying to rebuild itself because they had a lot of problems. And then, of course, goes for the sweep again down the leg side. The fielder running around from short, fine leg does the feeling. There is no run. Yeah, so you're saying the older heads of the club had died out, had passed on. And so the new branch is trying to rebuild it as best as they can. So hopefully in years to come, we'll see Ebony competing a little bit more in the North Zone T20 Festival. One delivery left in the 11th. And he goes for the reverse sweep. He gets it one this time, but the fielder does well there at that short backward point position, Sheldon Rooks a little laugh there. You'll have to tell us what that's about after 47 for 1 after 11.
Who was that? Was that Isaiah Hayes? I think, looking to stop the ball. It's the method of the stop that got me. You know, it was like self-defense, or what do they call it here? Breaksing.
Yeah, breaksing. He certainly mashed some good breaks here, Cleveland Project. Devon David, I think something needs to give with Devon David because there is batting to come here for the Ebony. So, I mean, Kadeem Roberts has done pretty well so far. But something really, really has to give because Devon David hasn't looked at ease with any of the bowlers. We can understand with Cashman Mitchell, who was bowling really, really well. Sharp, good pounds, good pace, good movement away. But then if you struggle against one bowler, then you have to target another bowler, and they haven't targeted any bowler at all. They've allowed them to bowl to them, as we have a change in bowling again. I think I said bowling about 5 times at the last minute. But Jonathan Harding will take up the attack from the southern end of the ground, and he'll be bowling to Cleveland Frederick, a big burly left-hander, a long Rastafari ponytail. Swiveled on that one, down the leg side. It's a wide signal by the umpire. Oh, not a good start here for Harding.
Yeah, he's just warming up, isn't he?
Yeah, I was just a loosener, skipper. Yeah. Please forgive me.
Give me a moment to get my radar right.
Yeah. They've been decent in the field, you have to say, Santa Cruz. They've certainly stepped up from Ebony. Another wide delivery. This time he gets the line right. Well, the length, I should say, or the side of the ball right, and gets it on the off stump, but width offered. And I certainly think, the one thing about cricket, Sheldon, is that whatever level you play at, fielding can always be of an international standard, of a decent standard. Punched back down the pitch, long on comes off the ropes, and does the fielding. So that's one. I mean, if Ebony can work on that at least and get that core right, get their fielding right, then everything will just build from that. A bunt, as it were, from Frederick.
Yeah, I mean, that is his style of play, isn't it? And we've spoken about the limitations of Devon David. We can see Cleveland Frederick, how he plays. And it's a good bit of fun for them, but I think I'll come back to your point about it's time to get on with it because you've got other batters.
Dancing, coming up the pitch is David, stepping out of his crease. He goes for a swing again. And he only gets it back up to the boulder. And it's 50 for one. They've actually brought up their 50.
Oh,
well done to them.
Yep.
And for the loss of only one wicket is really good. But
well, if that was the power play, then
oh,
it would
well.
be great.
138 runs and 52 deliveries. I would love to see this come back. It would certainly be epic.
15 and over now.
Yeah.
Almost 16.
Almost 16. A nice wipe again there by Devon David. And at this point, it is borderline comical because he can't even get the ball outside the 30-yard circle. I don't think I've seen a shot from him leave the 30-yard circle.
And when they do make contact, the field placings, I mean, that went
It's really
straight
good,
to extra
yeah.
cover. It was hit very, very hard. Left or right, and then you're out and past the 30-yard circle, but it went straight to the man.
Really wide stance in his outside leg stump now, giving himself some room. He swipes at this one, back up to the bowler again. And at this point, I mean, I'm not sure. Can Devon David maybe retire hurt or something, and then maybe
just
get
retire.
a pinch hitter in and try to give somebody else a chance? There's a young fella by the name of Isaac Foster. You can let Dominic Redhead come in. Maybe let one of the under-19s give a chance. Kadeem Roberts is the captain. That captain's knock would be wonderful here from him. Another swing and another miss. And Devon Davis just keeps soaking up deliveries. It's a good over from Jonathan Harding after the first two wides to start to Cleavon Frederick, getting his radar right to the left-hander. He has it on point for the right-hander. And I think Devon David is now stepping on, or he was on his off stump. Now he's gone back to his leg stump. He doesn't even know where to stand. Swing and a miss. Well, no, he gets a little connection on this one. Good job, Devon David. Gets it down to that short fine leg region. Outside the 30-yard circle, and they scamper a 2 to end the 12th over. 52 for 1. 136 needed in 48 deliveries. Can it still happen? Mathematically, it can. But, well, I think that even if the fat lady isn't singing yet, she's definitely warming up.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Andrew, for a moment, let's just imagine that there are three sets of people who are watching at home. You've got supporters of Santa Cruz, you've got supporters of Ebony, and you've got neutral supporters. They don't mind who wins. They're all looking at different things. Santa Cruz want to crush their opposition. Ebony want to have a bit of a bash, and the people who are watching and are neutral want to see a game of cricket. Well, I think this is going to fall for Santa Cruz. This is going to be, a crushing defeat. We're already up to 17 and over. Everyone else watching has got to accept that. So there are some limitations here now. And the limitations are, what can Ebony Sports offer up when you're looking at, 17 and over? Go for it, guys. Just hit out, try and get bat on ball, and give some of the lower order batsmen a chance to see what they can do, if anything.
Yeah, certainly. Keron Raymond, 1 over for 7 runs. He would be bowling from the northern end. I honestly think that it lies on Cleavon Frederick at this point. If he can get one over that he can target, and get some momentum. I think the important thing is to actually get some sort of momentum going. Because, I mean, while when the Santa Cruz batted, they'd certainly built up some skyscrapers in the run rate. And that's the problem. That's a full delivery on the leg stump. Cleavon Frederick, all he had to do was get it over the fine leg fielder into the ropes before, on either side of the fielder as well.
And picks him out.
Yeah, they're picking out the fielders so brilliantly. Nice punch there by Frederick. It's good cricket for for ODI cricket, but certainly not T20. I'll ask our producer Michael Rupper to pull up the comparison in terms of the runs per over, because certainly
don't.
yeah, certainly the Santa Cruz had some skyscrapers, and I don't think Ebony got any 2 stories at all even. 111 for 4 after 12, 53 for 1 here, Ebony Sports Club.
We're going up towards 18 and over now.
A very, very big swing by Devon David, and he's actually, I think, yeah, he's got an edge on that one, and he's caught behind. So that will be the end of a painful innings for Devon David. Good to see he has a little bit of not a disappointed look on his face, but he eventually goes 53 for 2. They lose their second wicket, but they're still in all sorts of bother, the Ebony Sports Club.
I thought he was stumped, because he steps out of his crease, he has a bit of a swing, he's trying to get back in, and the bails are off. So I don't think he was caught. I think he was stumped. Have a look, Andrew. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's stumped.
Yeah, you're quite right, because he was batting out of his crease in the first place to a spinner.
I'll come back to this thing. It's a club, like you said, that are trying to get back into the swing of things. Some of the older people from the club have passed away, and now they're trying to, get back into it. There is a degree of let's enter a competition, let's have some fun, let's try and rebuild. And if this is where they are, then we really can't put too much on them. Yes, we want it. There's the graphic you wanted to have a look at.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah. So again, I always like to watch and commentate on the highest level of cricket possible. That's not going to be the case tonight, but it shouldn't take away from the fact that they've come here, they've entered, they prepared as best they can as a team. They're out here enjoying themselves, and good luck to them. Get out there, have some fun, and take your licks like a man.
A new batter is Dwayne Coburn, who's the keeper, and immediately steps out and immediately gets off the mark with a good punch down to the sweeper position.
And a nice looking shot. He had to reach for it, he kept it under control, kept it on the ground, played it out into the deep, and jogged through for 1. That looked like this guy might know what he's doing.
Well, I mean, I guess it's still a learning experience for Ebony coming back out in the middle, but I certainly think at the 10th over, you should have told David, look, just swing at everything, go at it. It really doesn't matter what's going to happen. But he certainly is not equipped to be an opener for sure. I mean, you're batting outside your crease to a spinner. That sort of tells you that maybe he needs to get some batting practice and hire a private batting coach if he wishes to pursue it further. Some adjustments in the field now. Know that fielder at cow corner was pulled in, but he's sent back. Frederick favors that jab between long on and mid wicket. Sammy drives pleasantly out to long on, just straight, and it's just a single.
Yes, when you're in an army and the war's over, you have a period where you're going to be demobilized. You're still working, you're still going to your barracks and everything, but you're about to be demobilized, and you get happy. This is called demob happy.
Deep into his crease is Coburn, and pulled that nicely down to mid wicket. A good little shot there, and he ambled through for the single. There's no sense of urgency here from Ebony, and you're quite right, Sheldon. If at this point 13 overs bowled, and the score is 56 for 2. If at this point the possibility of you winning this game is slim to none. Let somebody else come in, get a chance. 18.86. Still, again, mathematically possible. It's always mathematically possible until it gets to 38, 40 runs and over. And even then, that's still close-ish.
So we've seen Coburn has faced 2 balls. He's had 2 scoring shots. Both of them have looked competent.
Authentic, yeah.
Authentic shots, nice. you know, he had to reach for that one, but it kept it under control. And he had to pull this one here, swiveled on it nicely, and had a nice looking shape to it. So maybe they have said, look, you know, let some guys who don't normally have a bat, let them go up. Maybe there was one of the ones who had a rained out game, and nobody got a game. So maybe they're spreading it around. Let's see what Coburn does here.
Change in bowling in from the southern end. It looks like that's Jonathan Harding is back on.
Didn't quite get hold of that, did he?
But I mean, at this point, you still go for it because you still have 8 wickets in the hutch. Even if you don't get close, you can build a sense of pride, and you can might bring down the net run rate for the Santa Cruz Sports as well, because they are going to have a healthy run rate. They already have, I think they've won both their games. Deep into his crease, that's down the leg side, and it's a wide by Harding. Just needs to adjust with that left-hander. It's okay. You started this game as a serious match, and it's sort of at the stage where it's a fet match. So might as well enjoy it as a fet match. Embrace the fet match nature of the last couple overs you have.
That's nice looking tuck into the onside.
Easy little tickle of a single here. But again, I think if Frederick is a guest player, there is a bowler, I'm sure, that he can target. I think maybe Raymond. It seems fairly innocuous that he's a player that you can target. Maybe Harding is a little bit too seam up, but still try something. See how Coburn faces against Harding. Delivery down the leg side. Appeal for a stumping. Keeper Smith wants to get his opposing number. Let's have a look at the replay on this one. Foot was raised. Oh my. Well. Producer Michael Rupa says yes. The umpire says no, and that's the important person, Michael. Another delivery down the leg side, and that's wide as well. But Coburn lucky to still be there in the middle. Nice little punch there off the back foot.
Yeah, he looks competent, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Coburn, I like the look of him.
Well, I mean, he's actually getting into position and trying to maneuver the ball. Devon David is sort of just swinging at stuff and hoping he connects.
Yeah, they're in a different league. Playing for the same club, but in a different league.
It's sort of like the difference between dial-up internet and Wi-Fi. Another little short-arm jab. Everything is a short-arm jab from Frederick. They're pushing for 2, Coburn. And a little bit of a bubble there in the field at that mid-wicket position there. Allowed them to come back for the 2. But good pushing there from Coburn.
Yeah, Frederick won't want to run a second. He's done his 2 runs for the night.
But again, it's a wide delivery, and he's tucked that from outside
time.
the off stump. He had so much space, he could have slapped that through extra cover.
Yeah.
See what Frederick does now. Tucked up by this one, maybe going down the leg side a bit of height as well. Half appeal there from Jonathan Harding. 125 needed in 36 deliveries, 14 overs gone.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to
An attempted pull there.
have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Mention quickly to the North Zone Under 15 screening that's going to take place this Saturday the 20th of September at the East Mukarapo Secondary School. They've got some nets there. It begins at 9:30. Don't miss on that. Remember, the players must not turn 16 before the 31st of August 2026.
Karen Raymond resumes to Dwayne Coburn, who punches this nicely down to long off for region. And the North Zone really is an all-round association because, as you mentioned, the under-15s, they also have an Academy of Cricket for the women's team. The registration is now open and training starts this month, September 2025. For more info, you can contact Mr. Winston at 279-1837 or Vivica at 348-6026. Raymond, that's Caron, is setting his field for Cleavon Frederick. Good coverage behind the bat. He tries for the reverse sweep again. He gets that fine. Will that run close to the ropes? It does indeed. It beats everybody. A lovely little dive there by the fielder, but all he did was get a little mud on his pants. That's John O'Harding. Good effort. And a fortuitous four for Cleavon Frederick.
Well, it'll be the Tide or Purcell or Daz out in full force tonight to clean that kit.
I'm not sure. Is that called a Chinese cut or maybe the Chinese undercut?
Almost into our scaffolding.
Beaten by that one. Kieran Raymond taking a leaf out of perhaps one of the greatest T20 bowlers ever, Sunil Narayan. He runs in with the ball behind his back, hiding the seam position. There we go. You can see it there clearly. Back in the short arm job into the super position. The fielder does well at mid-wicket. Sort of turned his back on it as it bounced awkwardly in front of him.
Who was that? Mitchell?
Yeah.
Doing the fielding out there.
I would really like to see Cleavon Frederick do a full-blooded shot because everything he has done has been half-checked.
Yeah, just a little jab.
A chuck and a noodle and a push. Coburn settles. He's done fairly well so far. 5 off 5, yeah. Good cricket again. Very good push. Very delicate little push here. And again, he ambles that single.
Giving it to the in batsman, Frederick. I'll tell you what, a couple of big hits from Frederick, and he might get up there. 25 off 32. I thought there was some changes in the scoring, and that's why. Yeah,
25 off 33. Yep. He tries for that reverse sweep again. Why he's going after that consistently, and the umpire has given out a wide there. I think that's a bit harsh on the umpire, considering it was an attempted reverse sweep anyway. But Raymond's going to again the reverse sweep again, and it goes straight to the fielder at backward point.
He's having a net, isn't he, out there? 21 required. 21 and over now.
Yeah, 71 for 2. I mean, the current run rate 4.92. At no point has it gotten up to 6, 7, 8, anything at all. Short delivery, and even that one he can't get away. That one is a wide. A bit of a mixed bag here from Caron Raymond. Singles and dot balls punctuated with the regular wide. Let's see what happens again. And another attempted reverse sweep. Another misconnection, non-connection there from Cleavon Frederick. It's 74 for 2. after 15 overs.
And we're going to be joined again by Ruskin Mark, who's going to tell you a little bit. I know he's so much better at this than I am. He's going to mention again about the North Zone under 15 screening, and there's a number at the bottom, and Ruskin will give you that when he sits in.
Thank you very much, Sheldon Rooks. And of course, this is the North Zone T20 Festival. It sponsors KFC, JMMB, Cairns Poultry and Meats, Blue Waters, Dixie Biscuits, Black and White Scotch Whisky, Beckles Environmental Services, and Lion Baking Powder from National Flour Mills Limited. And this is, of course, a Cricket 360 production. We're proud and happy to be here in Diego Martin. Ruskin Marks, old stomping ground. Did you ever bowl on this ground, Ruskin?
Yeah, not the new facility, but the original Diego Martin Recreation Ground. Played a lot of football and cricket here as well, but not since they've done turn it into a stadium.
Yes, the modern era. Ruskin is a throwback.
74 for 2 now. Can they get anywhere? Can they get past the 100-run total? That's probably the next target for them. Coburn is on 626 to Fredericks. He's been there for 36 deliveries, but it seems as if he hasn't really middled the ball much. The ones that he middled have gone straight to the fielders. That reverse sweep. Twice now he's made good contact, and on each occasion he's picked out the man.
Cordell Andrew, the new bowler from the southern end of the ground. A nice punch there by Coburn. Gets it down to the long off. Look very, very competent so far. The crease has Coburn. And I mean, in terms of the last 5 overs, how would you advise Ebony Sports Club if you were down there in their dressing room to finish out this game?
I think they're just batting. I think since they came back from the 10 overs, they really haven't. They tried to get on with the game, realizing that they were way behind the 8 ball, but it never happened for them. So I think they've just resigned to the fact that, look, this is not going to happen tonight, and we are just going to play through and see what gives at the end of it all.
Nice punch again there by Frederick, and that's down to long off for a single. It certainly seems that's what they're doing. It's just the quiet accumulation, maybe some batting practice out in the middle, getting the batters acclimatized to what's going on out there, and hopefully build a platform for future games. The one game that they did have that was completed, they only managed to muster 100 for 6 in their 20 overs. So
that was the loss against Lara and the Harvard club.
Yeah,
and they're not doing much better here. Because it certainly has been a tough ask for them. Yeah. Give credit to the bowling team. They've put the balls in areas where they haven't been able to get after them. They can't get under the ball, and they can't get on top of it. So they've just been a lot of dot balls, a lot of playing and missing, or a lot of singles, as is the case in this over. 3 singles so far from 4 deliveries.
But I certainly think, I mean, even though they were soaking up a lot of deliveries, they could have made an adjustment. Take off maybe Devon David at the 10 over mark as Andrews comes in again to Frederick. Another short arm jab, almost bubbled back up to the bowler who does the fielding there.
But again, because his whole setup is designed to go on the onside, anything that is middle stump going towards off stump going across him, he's having difficulties negotiating him, because he's probably caught in 2 minds. Do I go across the line or do I go straight? And a lot of times he seems like he's rushing him. And
trying to swivel this one, but it's down the leg side again. It seems it's a very, very tame end here to this game, because I mean, if you look at it, after 2 overs, the Santa Cruz team was 7 for 2. It still managed to get up to 187 for 6, thanks to some good partnerships and some poor fielding as well from the Ebony Sports Club.
But it was good aggressive running by them as well. So they were able to pinch singles, turns 1s into 2s, and vice versa. It's the end of the over, and at the end of 16, it's 78 for 2.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Ooh. crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
So 78 for 2 after 16 overs. It really has been a bit of a, it's almost pedestrian to say the least. They haven't really been able to light up the place by any stretch of the imagination. And as a result of that, we haven't seen Chady and Raymond bowl. And so it means he's giving the other bowlers opportunities here. He knows that he's not needed at this point in time. And so we have Ryan Yearwood.
Yeah, and he'll be bowling to Coburn, coming in from the northern end of the ground. Deep into his crease, he pulls this one nicely. Coburn gets it just behind square. The fielder runs around a little bit tentatively. I'm not really sure why. And they only come for one. Nice little shot there by Coburn.
Well, that kind of sums up the whole approach, because that ball was hit to deep square leg. The fielder had to move a couple meters to his right, and that's Mitchell, Kashmir Mitchell out there, and they just ambled a single.
Ambled a single, yeah.
So they really have no desire to up the tempo unless it comes off the bat flush. Then that's it. They're not gonna run with any aggression to force the fielders to maybe into error. So they're just playing out these overs right now.
Yeah, and you can tell because Cleavon Frederick hasn't changed from his sweeping playbook. It's either sweep or reverse sweep for the spinners. Let's see what he does here again. Goes deep into his crease, pulls this one nicely on the turf behind square leg, down to deep backward square. And again, they come back for a single, but that one went fairly quickly. There's really no chance for a two there. Even maybe if they ran hard, they could have, but they're not trying. As you said, there's no sense of urgency.
So it's just that situation now where they just want to bat out these overs, maybe 80 for 2. I suppose they might be thinking, let's see if we could get past the 100 that we scored against Harvard, and try and see how many we can get. And if not, well, we'll look at it and come again, because this game got away from them not with their batting, but with their bowling and fielding.
Yeah, certainly their fielding. I think they certainly let out about 25 or 30 runs in the field, maybe. Good delivery, quicker one through the air from Brian Yearwood. Flirting with that one was Coburn, lucky not to get an edge on that one.
Now Coburn looks more accomplished as a batsman.
Yeah.
But even he is having difficulties getting the ball away. And that's because he's probably of the mindset that unless he can hit some boundaries, it's not going to be weighted to him. So 17 completed, now it's 80 for 2.
Yeah, and take a look at those worms there. It's an absolute and completely different ball game here. But I'm sort of disappointed in Ebony Sports Club in the sense that they still only lost 2 wickets. If you had gotten to the stage where you were 80 for 5, 80 for 6, then you would understand, okay, let's go back in the hutch and let's make sure we bat out the 20 overs. But it almost seems at no point were they trying to get up with this run rate. That's after 7 overs, it was still just 25 for 1.
But again, it shows a lack of technique. They came up against bowlers who were probably better concentrated in terms of the lines they were bowling and the lengths that they were bowling to them. So they never gave them half volleys to work with. So they had to make shots, and that proved, like to say, a bridge too far. And they were just not able to get on top of the bowling attack. So we have a change. Cordell Andrew is into the attack now.
Yeah, it's actually his second over. He bowled previous over from the southern end. Cleavon Frederick is still there, 28 or 42.
And when you consider Cordell Andrews the 8th bowler being used. So they've really shared the wealth, so to speak, in terms of the overs. They haven't taken a lot of wickets, but they don't mind that. Everybody's getting an opportunity to bowl. So if called upon later in the tournament, at least the captain will have a good idea who he could probably rely on and who he could throw the ball to and be confident that he could get an over or two out of them in a tight situation.
And the other thing is he has a very good mix of bowlers because Davis Guerra and Cashman Mitchell, Davis Guerra spin and then Cashman Mitchell pace at the top. Really good opening bowling pair. Andrews to continue to Coburn, dancing up the pitch a little bit. Gets a thick outside edge on that one. It runs down to backward point, and there's no run. And that's what's going on here in game 11.
Yeah, this is the part of, well, when you play in a tournament, you're going to have games like these. So this is not a misnomer by any stretch of the imagination. And I'll give you an example. Even at the World Cup level, that's a good shot. That's going to go all the way. And that's a welcome boundary for them.
Yeah, rare boundary here for the Ebony Sports Club and a full-fledged boundary as well. Dancing up the pitch here, gave himself a little bit of room. It was on the line of maybe middle and leg, and then he carved it over into cow corner. Couple bounces before it got into the ropes for four.
Well, and again, that's just an example of what they're capable of. It's just that they haven't had too many of these. And when they had David batting, he couldn't produce shots like that. And he stuck around for a very long time. And that just put them behind the 8 ball. Down he goes again, trying to repeat it. But at least you're seeing the intent here, and you're seeing what they're capable of. It's just that they haven't been able to execute at all in the early stages.
One delivery left in the 18th. As we remind the women of the area that the Northern Academy of Cricket women's team is open. Training starts in September. Girls and women of all skill levels, ages 13 and over, beginners welcome. For more information, contact Vivica at 348-6026. Nice punch there by Frederick. Pulled into that cow corner region. Flat, hard bat. And a single to end the over. 87 for 2 after 18 as Ruskin Mark tells you about the North Zone Under 15 screening, which is on Saturday, 20th of September.
Somebody pass blue water, somebody bring blue water, somebody get blue water, and we ready now. When you feeling hard, take up the water spray. Take up the water spray. In your school or house, take up the water spray. When the bus run out, take up the water spray. Party pussy water, working pussy water, school children they water. The water spray, the fitness pussy water, the office pussy water.
So as we welcome you back here at 87 for 2 now after 18, and that's a no ball. And really that one went from hand to head to keeper. So a free hit. So now let's see what Frederick can do here. If he can really tee off on this free hit here. 87 for 2. He's on 30 from 44 deliveries. So he's burnt up a lot of deliveries. And even then, he cannot take full advantage. And he's going to get 2 because of that little bubble in the field.
98 runs needed and 11 deliveries. The required run rate is up to 53.45. So that's mathematically impossible at this stage.
But again, as you're saying, the North Zone Under 15 screening is set for tomorrow, September the 20th, at the East Mokrapo Secondary School nets. 9:30 a.m. Players must not turn 16 before August the 31st of next year. And of course, you could contact 279-1837. Here's another full pitch delivery and not able to take advantage of it. So I'm not quite sure. That seems to be the strength of Fredericks, but he has had a number of deliveries on his legs, full tosses, and he's mistimed all of them. For some strange reason, I don't know if his timing is off, but it just seems unusual. I thought by now he would have been punching a couple of them out of the ground, but it never happened. This is what I was thinking about.
It's a full toss and swiped very, very nicely by Coburn over that deep mid-wicket boundary. It was in the air for a while. It had some hang time for the fielder, who made a valiant effort, but a loose delivery is finally put away, and put away in some style.
That's what I was saying, you know, Kashmir Mitchell there with that diving or jumping effort. But that's what I was expecting Frederick to do. And he's gotten quite a number of deliveries on his pads, and sometimes waist high, and he cannot find the boundaries. Look at what Coburn was able to do with that one. Clear defense nicely for another KFC. And again, but this occasion he has to settle for the single.
Yeah, doesn't get the full connection. That maybe try to go too hard on that one. Yeah, with it, 2 full tosses in a row here.
Yeah, he probably got away with that one as well in terms of height. And
but Coburn has been the one batter to score more than run a ball, better than run a ball, I should say. Even Frederick has really, really struggled here. So maybe just some serious rust on these Ebony players. And it's certainly be hoping to grow from strength to strength. A nice punch there from Frederick off the back foot square, just in front of square on the offside.
And that sums it up, really, because even Frederick has almost resigned to the fact that it doesn't, because normally he would pull that through mid-wicket. He was backing away here now to try to push it through the offside, where he knows he hasn't been able to really score heavily through the offside. But he was trying something there. He moves at 34 though.
Coburn defensively on this one. It runs down to the short third man, and there's no run. And that will end the 19th over with the score at 99 for 2. So they've really been resigned here to a very, very big loss here. 99 for 2. 89 required and 6 deliveries. Not possible at all by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, more importantly, they're 1 run away from the 100 they made in their first game. So even if they get 2 runs off of this over, they would have surpassed that. So to them, this might actually be progress. And, look at the point standing here. Santa Cruz Sports could jump to 6 points with a victory here today. And Ebony would stay cemented at the bottom with just a 1 point from an abandoned game. Harvard's right there in the thick of things. They too had an abandoned game. So they're up to 3 points, and they will be hoping that they will go there. So we need 89 runs, and the required rate is 89 off 1. And coming back into the attack now, and just bringing in Aidan Antoine.
Yeah, he's bowled 2 overs so far, none for 11. But
so the 100 is on the board, so mission accomplished. Well, they need 1 more to do better than they did against Harvard. So they're looking at small victories here.
But for the Santa Cruz side, from their perspective, they would be happy that everything has been clicking so far.
And they will take that as well and celebrate getting past the 100 that they made against the Harvard club. So it's a small thing. But when you look at this game, like I said, I think they lost the plot in the field. They couldn't really stop the leaking of the runs, even though it must be said that the
full toss, and that's punched on the ground, and even that Frederick can't get it to the ropes or over the ropes. It's a mere single.
That has been. Look at this. This is another full toss, and it's just been. It's almost like if he's down on power this evening. When you do power boat racing and you see a boat limping, that you say they're down on power. He is down on power right now. You just
Antoine to Coburn.
That's well
Misses
played.
that one, and that one will evade the leg stump. Will it run close to the ropes? It does not. They come back for just a single. What is the umpire saying? It's a bye, unfortunately, for Smith behind the stumps. No, of course, no wicketkeeper likes to give away byes. They'll be disappointed with themselves, Smith. He's done pretty well behind the stumps. As Frederick settles, 2 deliveries left, and a game that has been very, very one-sided. And again, a checked punch back to the bowler.
Yeah, they haven't really been able to get themselves set at all.
Yeah.
And because of that, they have really found it difficult to create,
Last delivery here.
create any impression on this game.
It was the last legal delivery, but it's a wide delivery here. Yeah, but if you want to use an athletics analogy, if you want to say that Ebony Sports Club haven't gotten out their blocks at all, it would almost seem as if their shoes were tied to the blocks.
Yeah, well, they haven't really. They didn't show up to the boat with
Antoine
the
with
bats.
another full toss, and this one Frederick gets away just in front of square on the leg side for a token 4 to end the game. 108 for 2, it's how it ends. Santa Cruz Sports Association win by a whopping 79 runs. Some thoughts from Ruskin Mark on this game.
Yeah, this game was finished a long time ago. It was just a question of getting through the 20 overs, and 104 for 2 really says a lot about the approach and the lack of initiative on their part. So it's 108 for 2. So it's really not a something to write home about, and I'm sure they'll be hoping that they'll have better days as they go through. So this game is done and dusted. Of course, tomorrow you'll have the other one, Shannon Sports up against the Northside Future Stars, and I'm sure they'll be hoping to, first of all, get a game because we've had problems with the weather, and then the other thing is to at least get a victory to boost their own chances of getting through to the playoffs. So that is the situation here. This game is done and dusted as the players shake hands, and shows you exactly what it is. Again, 187 for 6 from their 20 overs, Santa Cruz Sports, after they were put in. And 63 to Ryan Yearwood, who is a strong contender for the man of the match. And nobody really set the place alight in the reply, although Fredericks was 40 not out at the end and 22 not out to there. You look at the bowling, just 2 wickets, 1 for 10 for Guerra, 1 for 21 to Raymond. But like I said, that 63 at the top from Yearwood would probably give him the man of the match award here this evening. So you look at the point standing now updated for 6th to Santa Cruz. Harvard's on 3, but they only played 2 games. And Ebony stays cemented at the bottom with just the 1 point, the same as ball players and combined all-stars. But they've played 3 games, 2 losses, and of course that no result there. And of course in Group 2, Glenora Sports Club, they have a win and an abandoned game for their 3 points from their 2 games. Everybody has played 2 games, and 2 points each to Savannah Boys and Northside. But you'll see the Shannon team tomorrow, and they'll be hoping that they could move up the standings with a victory there tomorrow. So congrats again to the pair. And here's a look at how the highlights unfolded in this one. It really wasn't a good start for this Santa Cruz outfit. They lost 2 early wickets, and then it was left up to Yearwood and to a lesser extent Chadian Raymond to get them back on track. But this was the man who did the heavy lifting early on, as he was able to clear the fence on a couple of occasions, and that gave them the momentum despite just scoring 45 runs, 43 in their power play overs, and he really took matters into his own hands and helped his team to get a good result. Eventually, he too had to depart. Good catch out in the deep, and that brought in Karen Raymond to also put some impetus in proceedings. He lost Alvin Smith for 33, and but in the end, they still had batsmen who were willing to take up the challenge. That's a good catch out in the deep again from Lacario. But try as they did, the runs kept coming, and in the end, it was Guerra with 16 not out, 22 not out to Raymond, and that, as they say, was that. But look at the struggles that the Ebony team had. They lost that early wicket, and but they never kicked on. It was really a question of who would come and who would do whatever. David went for 17 after a long, frustrating period out there. Frederick and Coburn then tried to stitch together something, but it was all just a matter of time as the game was more or less dead and buried at that point. So Santa Cruz Sports will celebrate a big win here this evening. Once again, let me thank our sponsors for making it possible. And KFC, JMMB, Cans Poultry, Blue Waters, Dixie, Black and White Scotch Whisky, Beckles Environmental Services, brand from the National Flour Mills. Again, from 360 TV, bringing you all of the highlights as we go through. But remember, we'll be back here again tomorrow with another game to join us at about 6:30, weather permitting, and we're keeping our fingers crossed that we don't have the kind of disruptions that we've had earlier as well. Just a quick reminder, tomorrow is a big day for the North Zone U20s, the under 15 screening rather. They have their screening session at the East Mukarapo Secondary School Nets. The session starts at 9:30 a.m. Players must not turn 16 before August the 31st of next year. So you could call 279-1837. And the North Zone Academy of Cricket women's team, they are open for registration, and their training starts in September. And so they have a host of skilled individuals on professional coaching and training, personal and team development, fitness and skill building sessions, and opportunity to play competitively. And girls and women of all skills levels and ages 13 and over, including beginners, are welcome. You can register now via the link, and for more information you could call Winston, I suppose that's Winston Sobers, at 279-1837, and also at Ovivika at 348-6026. So those are the numbers to call if you want to get involved in the action there. So as we await just to get the Player of the Match award, and it was Ebony Sports failing to fire here against Santa Cruz Sports, going under by 79 runs in the end. Comprehensive victory, if ever there was one. And again tomorrow, we invite you to join us for Shannon Sports against Northside Future Stars. That should be an interesting battle coming up there as well. So we're just waiting on the fan and the player awards, the fan of the night and the player of the match award to be announced shortly as the spectators make their way away. But of course they might be standing by to see if their name is called in all of this. They could walk away with a nice little hamper here this evening. So a pretty good day for sport in Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, Jareem Richards getting a silver medal in the 400 meters at the World Championships. And of course, Keyshawn Walcott turning back the clock. 13 years ago in London, he won gold, and he did it again. So collecting her prize. Very happy indeed. Supporting her team, no doubt. So no surprise here. It was his innings that gave the team momentum and then allowed them to produce a very good score. So he has another package to collect, but I think was an easy decision to be made. So that's the situation from us here. Congratulations again to Santa Cruz Sports as they won handsomely by 79 runs. So that should be an interesting one tomorrow. Shannon against Northside Superstars. We hope you could join us for that on behalf of the entire team. I'm Rusty Mark thanking you so much for being with us, and we'll see you tomorrow.